Chapter 1268. Compete for the chief position. Chapter 1268. Compete for the chief position. The blood sea seethed. The dark red clouds descended from the sky like cotton fabric sheets, covering the 5 bone islands where the competitions for the chief position were about to begin. After the 5 islands, including despair, destruction, dark corrosion, and chaos, were covered, a scarlet membrane appeared and sealed the 5 islands. That membrane had a rapid flow of energy moving around as if it had drawn the energy from the blood sea. Yen focused on studying it, his eyes showing his surprise. He didn't know what kind of material the red membrane was made of, but it was a special barrier. It seemed tangible beyond just its condensed, shaped energy. It's the membrane of the black armored horned dragon. It has a special energy to create a defending formation. The black armored horned dragon is a powerful creature that comes from heavenly monster tribe. Their membrane is really tough. It's the most suitable material to create a formation. When the bloodthirsty force was still domineering, we used to collect so many types of precious materials in the world. Heavenly monster tribe had offered us this membrane. Xian, he explained to him as he saw that Yen looked curious. Don't underestimate this membrane. The 8 chiefs have carved the powers Upanishads that we've comprehended. This membrane is the barrier that we've set up just in case the God clan attacks the Holy Land. Unless someone who has reached 2nd or 3rd sky of a mortal realm attempts to tear this membrane, it's just a dream. 2nd sky or 3rd sky of a mortal realm. A strange light shot out from Yan's eyes as he looked at Xianhe. Which realms do you, Frederick and Ming Hao, have? In this cosmos, how many immortal experts are there? The immortal realm was the ultimate realm that Yen knew. Being at the immortal realm was like standing on the peak realm. There weren't many experts who had reached this realm in this vast sea of stars. Until now, he had known only Holy Beast Azure Dragon and Xianhe's team. At the same time, Spark of the God Clan, Gillette of the Imperial Dark Tribe, and Lena of the Heaven River Temple were at peak of incipient God realm or false immortal realm. Frederick and I are at 2nd sky of immortal realm. Ming Hao, I suppose he's at 2nd sky or even 3rd sky of immortal realm. Ming Hao has hidden his true body for many years, and he has rarely shown himself. If the Forbidden Island didn't have a commotion, he wouldn't have come here using his soul. I can't assess his realm and cultivation base if I can't see his body or soul. Xian, he explained. The God Clan's God Lord was at 3rd sky of immortal realm that year. To kill our master, he had his body shattered and his soul poorly damaged. The origin of the ancient continent he has absorbed was also smashed. It has been so many years, and the God Lord hasn't shown up. I guess he hasn't healed yet, but now I'm not sure what realm he's at. Anyway, the 4 great heavenly kings, his 4 subordinates, are at the same realm as us. They are at least 2nd sky of immortal realm. The Holy Beast Azure Dragon of Heavenly Monster Tribe is also at 2nd sky of immortal realm. But since you got the Genesis fruit that has changed Grace Mainland, he will have a chance to reach 3rd sky of immortal realm. The warriors of the Imperial Dark Tribe. While they were talking, the competition for the chief position in the 5 islands had begun. To seize the chief position, the candidates of the 8 forces of the Bloodthirsty Force had released their ethereal extent and incipient extent and created a magnetic field of energy. The marvelous barrier made of the black armored horned dragon's membrane got some touches from Xianhe's team. When it covered the islands, it only let the warriors get out of the place but not enter again. Whenever they came out of the barrier, it meant that they had given up the competition. The last ones who stood on the islands were the winners and the new chiefs. How about Imperial Dark Tribe? Yen arched his brows and asked. When he talked about Imperial Dark Tribe, he paused, his face awkward. The current chief of the Imperial Dark Tribe is a woman named Adele. She's Ming Hao's blood younger sister. That woman and I used to have a complicated time. Audrey is her daughter with an ordinary aristocrat of Imperial Dark Tribe. He isn't worth mentioning, but Adele's realm isn't low. She's at second sky of Immortal Realm. Imperial Dark Tribe has 2 more Immortal Realm experts, I suppose, including Ming Hao. We can't ignore the power of Imperial Dark Tribe. Xian, he hesitated and then explained with a reluctant smile. Shi Yan wore an awkward face. Although Xian, he didn't say it clearly, through his facial expression and attitude. Shi Yan knew that Xian he and Adele used to have a special relationship. Evidently, Xian he had given up their romance, so Adele had chosen a normal aristocrat of her tribe as revenge. Perhaps the dispute between Xian, he and Ming Hao is related to this. Xian, he didn't say it clearly because he still had a knot in his heart. Shi Yan studied Xian he and smiled. Precursor, I'm sure you were a distinguished man that year. Xian, he was an evil-looking, handsome man with style and taste. He must have been a lady's choice when he was young. At the same time, he was the Death Chief with real power. Shi Yan assumed that his life was really colorful with many beauties. That year, Adele was the princess of Imperial Dark Tribe. Of course. She was an arrogant character, though. Xian, he had opened her heart. They used to have a deep, romantic love. So she didn't want Xian he to act rashly. She wanted him to be loyal to her. However, Xian he was an easygoing man. Perhaps he couldn't endure Adele's bind, so he directly chose to let go of this beautiful flower to embrace a whole bush of flowers. As thoughts flashed in his head, Shi Yan imagined the events in the past, and his grin became more bizarre. Xian, he gave a slight cough and spoke ironically. Well, that year, I had kind of abandoned all restraint. Because of this, I'd caused grudges everywhere. If Master hadn't imparted me the Death Power Upanishad, I would have been killed a long time ago. Precursor, you're fierce. Shi Yan appraised him wholeheartedly. Well, you're not bad either. Xian, he smiled relaxingly. I've been watching you discreetly for many years. Your behavior in this aspect is similar to mine that year. But you do have love. You can't walk through 100 bushes without having a leaf stick to your body. Well, you can't compare to me that year. That year, I didn't lack extremely beautiful women, and I'd change partners all the time. I'll tell you this. The name Xian, he had a unique meaning in the hearts of the ladies at that time. Xian, he didn't feel shame and he grinned. When he remembered his glorious past, his face was arrogant. Precursor, you're exotic. You'd been chased around and almost killed because of love affairs. I'm totally convinced, Shi Yan said, his eyes strange. Cough, cough. Xian, his middle-aged face blushed and he waved his hands. Nah, we shouldn't talk about this topic anymore. Besides us, the God Clan, the Heavenly Monster Tribe, and the Imperial Dark Tribe, the leaders of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple also have reached the Immortal Realm. However, they've had their breakthrough in the past 10,000 years, so their realm isn't high. First sky of Immortal Realm. Yeah, and the president of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. This man is really mysterious and concealed. He must be at the Immortal Realm, but I'm not sure which sky. Xian, he frowned and said, Well, it's the general situation. The experts who can reach the Immortal Realm are the best of the best in this vast sea of stars. He looked at the Despair Island beneath them. When his eyes fell on Yang Tian Emperor, they became brighter and deeper. Your great-grandfather has the potential to break to the Immortal Realm. He's supposed to be the chief of the Despair Force. In some aspects, he and Senro are alike, like objects molded out of the same material. Then Xian, he paused and sighed. Where did you find Senro's remains? Shi Yan knew he knew, so he didn't want to conceal it. In the chaotic space basin. Indeed. Xian, he nodded. He had left to the space crack to find Master's remains. He had not returned ever since. I guess he had buried himself there. Although his power was marvelous, he didn't cultivate space power Upanishads. Xian, he suddenly quieted down. Shi Yan stooped and said nothing. He observed the Despair Island underneath. At this moment, the 3/3 sky of ethereal god realm couldn't gain the upper hand from Baku, so they had left the island one after another. Yang Tian Emperor hadn't joined the battle yet. He had sat in a corner from the beginning. He was waiting for them to attack him first. However, the other three had aimed at Baku. As they had sensed the strange energy from him, they didn't dare to provoke him. As for now, after the other three had left the island, only Yang Tian Emperor and Baku were there. Yang Tian Emperor sat still. After Baku had forced the 3 peak of ethereal god realm experts to leave, the incipient extent above his head turned into a world of dark clouds that moved towards Yang Tian Emperor. The world of dark clouds was filled with lonesome, desperate auras. Deep inside the dark clouds was a freezing cold, desperate heart that gave people no hope of surviving. Seeing it, people could only think that they were about to fall into an endless, pitiful place somewhere. The intent domain rose in his incipient extent and covered Yang Tian Emperor. Shi Yan concentrated, his eyes surprised when he observed the battle underneath. Inside the torrential dark clouds, Yang Tian Emperor's eyes shot out bloodlight. The bloodlight was beautiful and powerful, like a rainbow piercing through layers of dark clouds. Although they had the same despair power Upanishad, Yang Tian Emperor's intent domain had the hope of surviving in despair. The persistent, undying hope and despair, like the never-ending flame of karma, burned down Baku's dark clouds. They turned into thin smoke and then vanished. Yang Tian Emperor's flame of the hope of surviving was born in his despair. Although it wasn't fierce, it carried endless power, as if it would never extinguish but keep being stubborn and dance. The brilliant light sparkled in Xian He's eyes. He nodded and appraised. The despair power Upanishad that your great-grandpa has learned and experienced is the real despair power Upanishad. Baku's despair power Upanishad has only loneliness and desperation. This kind of despair isn't the truth of this Upanishad. The most marvelous yet terrifying feature of the despair power Upanishad is the undying hope inside the despair. That hope is the strongest, most powerful feature of the despair power Upanishad. It's the core of the power that helps the warrior challenge others at a higher realm. Baku has stepped on the wrong turn on the path of despair power Upanishad. He's not your great-grandfather's rival. Yeah, I can see that. Baku doesn't have hope. He is desperate. It's not the real power of this Upanishad. Although his god power is more abundant, his understanding of the power is too low. Eventually, he will lose this battle, Shi Yan also concluded. He could feel Yang Tian Emperor's power Upanishad and energy increase every minute after he had received Senro's essence. The battle with Baku was like a chance to quench Yang Tian Emperor's iron hammer. His realm was increasing, clearly. Unless Baku could kill him instantly, Baku was destined to lose. Chapter 1269, Sudden Change. Chapter 1269, Sudden Change of her. Despair Island. The beams of bloodlight carried the hope of surviving as if they had the will of creatures, turning into the eternal fire of karma and burning the gray clouds. Yang Tian Emperor had a cold face, his mouth stiff. His red eyes were filled with valorous determination, a sign of the confidence he had accumulated after many battles. It was the blood of a great fighter. Above his head, a dark layer of desperation towered. However, it had the hope of life like a holy, fiery flame burning and rolling. The despair power Upanishad sublimated instantly. A brutal energy twirled around him. His skeleton sounded like a firecracker. Within a short moment, his energy increased one level. Xian He's eyes sparkled. He has a breakthrough. Shi Yan was frightened. He focused and saw Yang Tian Emperor's soul altar. That soul altar was crystal clear, like a perfect white crystal. His sea of consciousness, ethereal extent, and the host's soul were separated neatly at each tier. They were connected to each other by electrical beams created by earth and heaven energy. His soul altar seemed to be quenched, and it radiated dazzlingly. Inside the beautiful halo, Yang Tian Emperor's body transformed. The immortal demon blood activated. He then turned into the immortal demon body with spiky armor. He looked fierce and mighty. At that moment, Yang Tian Emperor's realm and energy had entered a whole new world. He had transformed and become more intimidating. His despair-intent domain had a hope that had increased his power massively. Gradually, that hope had washed away his despair. The eternal flame of his hope became more scorching as it burned down Baku's dark cloud of desperation. Baku had fear in his eyes, as if he couldn't believe it. He looked angry. Deep inside his eyes, a gleam of fear slowly arose. This man has lost his fighting will. This battle is done. Xian, he rubbed his chin. It seems like you can become the master easily this time. Yeah, it's your luck, though. I didn't expect that you could find Senro's essence. Shi Yan's brows hadn't relaxed yet. He looked to the other islands and said, "Not yet. The competitions on the other islands haven't finished. Thor and Benton are at second sky of incipient God realm. Frederick and I have invested a lot on them and gave them so many original incipient grade materials. They have trained their souls and bodies to increase their realm. They won't lose." Xian, he sounded relaxed. Xian, he rose his hand and a blood river extended from his palm, connecting to the corrosion island. He smiled and walked forward. When he stepped on the river, the blood river shrank magically toward the island. Shi Yan's soul consciousness moved around. He was so thrilled as he looked at the river. That blood river was created by Xian He's soul power. When Shi Yan checked it, he could feel that the blood river was somehow like Xian He's real body. Closing his eyes, Shi Yan could feel that this entire blood river had the same life magnetic field, aura, and soul fluctuation as Xian He. That blood river was like another body of Xian He or one of his clones. Some rumored that when the members of the immortal demon clan reaches a profound level, each drop of their blood could become a body. Even if their bodies burned up, as long as they still had a drop of immortal demon blood, they could always rebuild their bodies shortly after. Looking at that blood river, Shi Yan was shocked. He had a feeling that he was watching a lot of Xian He's. It was like that blood river was the combination of countless bodies, skeletons, and souls of Xian He. Having some assumption, Shi Yan's body sparkled like starlight and turned into a meteor falling on the corrosion island, standing by Xian He. Then, Xian He's blood river turned into hundreds of blood beams, disappearing into his sleeves. Air! That blood river! Shi Yan looked at Xian He. Xian He was surprised. He understood it, so he grinned. This blood river is made of the immortal demon blood. I've been cultivating for so many years, so I got a lot of immortal demon blood. My body couldn't absorb them all, so I decided to refine them into a weapon. This blood river carries my spirit, mind, and blood. It's like an extent of my body. If I die one day, as long as this blood river exists, I can recover my body easily and rapidly. Listening to him, Shi Yan got frightened. Even though Shi Yan had finished replacing his blood and the blood running through his veins was the immortal demon blood, the total amount of immortal demon blood in his body, Yang Tian Emperor's body, and Blood Devil's body couldn't reach even 1% of this river. Considering this blood river, to what terrifying degree could Xian He use the power of the immortal demon blood? As his realm was increasing, the demon blood was increasing unceasingly, and the life energy in his blood was going to be more abundant. As Shi Yan was at first sky of incipient God realm, the amount of immortal demon blood in his body was different from the amount of Xian He, Yang Tian Emperor, and Blood Devil. The energy from a drop of Xian He's blood could be more than the energy in 100 drops of blood from Blood Devil. As this entire river was made of immortal demon blood, its energy was more than earth-shaking. When you've reached immortal realm, you can have eternal life and endless time to cultivate. Then you can create as much blood as I did. Xian, he laughed and patted his shoulder. Your master's successor. If you can reach the immortal realm, your achievement will surpass mine for sure. What you need is just time. Shi Yan kept silent. He said the truth. As Shi Yan was cultivating devouring power Upanishad, he could turn the essence chi and the soul altars of the dead into his energy to strengthen himself. He was still young. As long as he had enough time, he would reach Xian He's level sooner or later. He could be even stronger than Xian He and become an invincible existence that could compare to bloodthirsty. Suddenly, Xian He changed his visage and looked at the dark island, his face darkening. Sure, Yen looked at the island and frowned. Thor, Leona's father, was there. Thor was the expert who Frederick and Xian he had arranged and trained to compete for the chief position of the Dark Force. According to Xian he and Frederick, Thor had the highest realm among the experts cultivating dark power Upanishad, second sky of incipient god realm. Xian he thought that Thor would absolutely win. However, the situation didn't turn out as they had expected. The Dark Island was a place where people couldn't even see their own fingers. There were only 2 life magnetic fields on the island now. One was Thor, and the other belonged to the expert challenging him for the chief position. He was called Randolph. That man had first sky of incipient god realm cultivation base. He was from a far star area that no one had ever heard about him before. Xian, he and Frederick didn't have any information about this warrior. The Blood Imperial Order had taken Randolph here from a remote area, as he had only first sky of incipient god realm. Xian, he and Frederick didn't think that he could be a threat to Thor. But now, in the thick darkness, Randolph's life magnetic field was more powerful than Thor's. Xian, he and Frederick felt strange. They were hovering above the Dark Island. Leona had stayed the entire time to observe the battle. At this moment, the scary scars on her face twitched, making her more fearsome. She was so worried. Seeing Xian, he and Frederick, she slightly bowed to them. When they began the fight, the island hadn't been covered in darkness yet. As soon as my father and Randolph have activated their dark power Upanishad, the island was covered. But that man has something strange. She meant Randolph. She had observed and found that when Randolph fought the others, he had shown his ordinary abilities of a first sky of incipient god realm warrior. Nothing was strange about him at that time. However, after her father had defeated some candidates, leaving only him and Randolph on the island, Randolph then gathered the dark power and covered the entire island in just a breath. Right after that, Randolph's life magnetic field had surged intimidatingly. As people's eyes were covered, Randolph seemed to have activated some unknown energy that had rocketed his power in just a blink of an eye. The energy he had released was much more than Thor's at second sky of incipient god realm. In the dark, he had subdued Thor wildly. Eventually, he gained the upper hand. While Leona was explaining, Shi Yan arrived. He released his soul consciousness to sense for a while and then said, Randolph has stimulated his life energy to raise his energy. It's very similar to the burning purgatory of the Charteris family from the God clan. Oh no, it's the exclusive power Upanishad of the Charteris family. This Randolph is from the God clan. If he gets the burning purgatory Upanishad, he shouldn't be an anonymous warrior of the Charteris family. Shi Yan rose his voice at the end. Harson was a member of the Charteris family from the God clan. He was extreme and wild. From some aspects, Harson was more fearful than Haig. The way they burned their blood and body to raise their energy could chill people's hearts. The secret technique Randolph was using was technically the burning purgatory, the exclusive power Upanishad of the Charteris family. This madness was what Harson used to have. So you think it's strange? All of a sudden, Ming Hao, the Soul Control Chief, appeared like a ghost. He talked, his voice ironic and cold. Well, Gru, the former Chaos Chief, was also from the God Clan, wasn't he? When our bloodthirsty force recruits, we don't care about their race. As for now, I have someone working for me inside the God Clan. Why can't the members of the God Clan join the competition to become the chiefs? Ming Hao looked at the small island covered in the darkness and said indifferently, as Gru could become the Chaos Chief, why can't Randolph? You guys should know that Randolph is Gru's descendant. Before Gru had followed our master, he was a genius of the Charteris family. As Randolph is his great-grandson, it's not a surprise that he knows the Charteris family's power Upanishad. Boom! A fume of dark smoke shot out of the island. After the smoke vanished, Thor's wounded body appeared. Thor's body was covered in blood. He looked exhausted, though. However, as soon as he was struck out, he didn't think and just headed to the dark island one more time. However, this island only allowed the warriors to get out and not to get in again. As he barged onto the barrier, his skin cracked immediately and his body was about to break. Thor looked restless and unwilling. He gritted his teeth and tried to attack the barrier one more time. The scars on Leona's face twitched. She clenches her fists, her sharp fingernails digging into her palm as it bled. Her eyes were fixed on Xian, He, and Frederick, begging them in silence. Xian, He, and Frederick were indifferent, their cold eyes heartless. It looked like they thought that, since Thor failed, it was natural that he should kill himself. Chapter 1270, You're Not It. Chapter 1270, You're Not It, sir. As Ming Hao could tell Randolph's identity clearly, it was evident that Randolph was on his side. Ming Hao had arranged for this warrior. Sure, Yen looked at Ming Hao and then at Xian, He, and Frederick. He was a little shaken. According to Xian, they had arranged only Thor and Benton, as they thought that the two of them could take the chief position of the Dark Force and Corrosion Force. With 2 votes from them, and 2 from Xian, He, and Frederick, they could ensure that Shi Yan had half of the chiefs supported him. However, Ming Hao was at another level indeed. Without Yang Tian Emperor as the new face and Senro's essence, Baku would have become the new Despair Chief. The new chiefs of the Destruction Force and Chaos Force would listen to Ming Hao too. With Randolph, who had just replaced Thor, Ming Hao had defeated Xian, He, and Frederick. At this moment, Shi Yan looked grave as he gazed at Ming Hao. He finally recognized that Ming Hao was worthy of holding his leading position in the cortege of 8. Whether Xian, He, and Frederick admitted it or not, Ming Hao's capacity and deeds were one level higher than theirs. After this competition for the chief position, Shi Yan could see clearly that Ming Hao, the one who didn't put him into his eyes and didn't let him enthrone, would never let him become the new master easily. Shi Yan instinctively turned around and looked at Yang Tian Emperor and at then Benton, who cultivated corrosion power Upanishad. He could only hope that Benton could win, because Yang Tian Emperor was definitely going to win. If Benton won with Xian, He, and Frederick, at least Shi Yan would have half of the chiefs supported him. If Benton also failed, Shi Yan would have 5 chiefs objected him enthroning. Then he would lose the blood vein ring of Bloodthirsty. According to the protocol the cortege of 8 had set up that year, he would have to hand back the blood vein ring and even his devouring power Upanishad inheritance. It meant that he would be killed. Boom! While he was wearing a heavy countenance and contemplating, Thor banged his head into the black armored horned dragon's membrane again. The intricate drawings on the membrane glowed and released the counterattack energy like a high tide. Thor's bones cracked when that energy hit him. Thor was now bleeding and he was almost deformed. However, Xian, He, and Frederick didn't say anything. Thor was heading to the membrane with no fear for death. He was trying to get through the barrier to fight Randolph one more time. Shi Yan had heard from Xian that unless he was an expert at the profound immortal realm, he could never tear or break this membrane, since it was the defense that they had prepared to counter the God Clan's attack. They knew how strong the defense of the membrane was. Looking at Thor barge into the barrier and the counter energy from the membrane, everybody knew that Thor couldn't break it. Ming Hao didn't say more. He darkly watched the scene, his mouth making a harsh and cold curve. Dozens of warriors, cultivating the 8 great inheritances of the bloodthirsty force, scattered around and watched. No one talked. They all looked at Thor and watched him drain his energy and continue hitting his head into the barrier. They all kept their mouths shut. The palm of Leona's hand was bleeding as her fingernails had dug into the flesh there. The scars on her cheeks twitched like strange snakes. She was gazing at Xian, he and Frederick. Her breathing became heavy. The light from her eyes was so fierce, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Xian, he and Frederick were still indifferent. They didn't put Leona in their eyes. 10,000 years ago, these two had soaked their hands in blood. How could the two cold and unfeeling hearts have mercy? They had invested a lot of efforts and materials to train Thor with the hope that he would win and become the chief of the Dark Force. Today, Thor was defeated and it enraged them. They had given him a death sentence in their minds. They intended to watch him killing himself here. The rage compressed in Leona's heart had reached the limit. Finally, it burst out. She didn't care where she was. She didn't care that Xian, he and Frederick had tacitly agreed that Thor should kill himself. After a scream like a ghost's cry, she stormed towards Thor as if she was possessed. No. Thor turned his head abruptly, thundering, his mouth bleeding. The green veins on his forehead burst off. He screamed in fear. Sirs, please forgive my daughter. It's I who didn't meet your expectation. I deserve death. Please consider her magical innate talents and spare her life. Thor had followed Xian, he and Frederick, for a long time. He knew how bloodthirsty and cruel they were when they fought their enemies. Seeing Leona act against the other two's will, Thor was terrified. After he said that, he closed his eyes. His soul altar began to emit strange energy fluctuations. His body rapidly swelled up like a balloon. Leona's eyes were about to bleed. She knew that Thor wanted to explode himself. She wanted to rescue him, but her body was restrained. Xian, he had confined her. She looked at Thor. The agony and despair in her eyes had shaken people's hearts. In people's eyes, Thor's body ballooned. The energy fluctuations emitted from his soul altar became so fierce. He was about to destroy himself at any minute. Xian, he, Frederick, and Ming Hao were unconcerned. The warriors cultivating the 8 power Upanishads around didn't know Thor. They stayed nonchalantly and quietly. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. When Thor was about to explode, billions of starlight dots fell on him like a shower of rain and entered his body. Thor's ballooning body shrank miraculously after the tender starlight had entered his body. Shortly after, starlight dots twirled around Thor. The bloodstains on his body were cleaned by the purifying starlight. Hovering above Thor's head was a radiant star that was emitting a mild and clear aura that had soothed his soul altar and protected his soul. Leona's eyes were red as if they were going to crack in any minute, but now they looked bewildered. Ming Hao's eyes sparkled with a cold light. He looked at Shi Yan and snorted, "A woman's benevolence." Xian, he and Frederick frowned and looked at Shi Yan, who had walked to Thor. They didn't look happy or content with what he had done to stop Thor from destroying himself. Leona has followed me. I can't ignore her issue. I didn't take action earlier to see how heartless you guys can be. I understand it now. Sure, Yen walked to Thor. Some drops of immortal demon blood dripped from his left index fingertip. The surging vitality from the immortal demon blood entered Thor's body and stabilized his wounds. It prevented his body from shattering and dysfunctioning. While Shi Yan was talking, Ming Hao, Xian He, and Frederick looked dark and cold while they watched him. Shi Yan smiled ironically and shook his head. What you've done today, perhaps, is your style that year. It was your typical principle when he was alive. That year, you'd ruled the world with the competence that could scare any clan. Well, you can play like that. But now, how many descendants does our force have? And how many of them are at incipient God realm? If you are persistent with that style, your warriors will all be killed before you encounter the God clan. His heart was chilled. From what Gulian, Xingming, Lina, and Holy Beast Azure Dragon had told him, he had guessed that the Cortege of 8 had internal conflicts all the time. However, he had thought that since this force had been weakened after 10,000 years, they would unite and avoid the internal strife. He was wrong. As soon as they got here, Ming Hao, Xianhe, and Frederick had started their fight again. The competition to find the chiefs was also a bloody one. And now, as Thor had failed Frederick and Xianhe, naturally, they assumed that Thor shouldn't live any longer. He should eliminate himself to vent out their dissatisfaction. He couldn't believe it. He finally understood why Gulian, Xingming, and Lina had just dodged him. They knew that it would be hard for him to get the master position because they knew that even when Bloodthirsty was alive, the other 8 had always been fighting with each other. They had never gotten along well. They were just the remaining force. There were only 3 survivors, but they were still fighting with each other. They could even ditch the warriors they had nurtured, even though Thor was a second sky of incipient god realm expert. Shi Yan thought that even if he got the position now to become the new master, this force would have no hope to resist against the God clan. He didn't see the slightest hope, to be honest. If the 3 chiefs Ming Hao, Xianhe, and Frederick didn't change their opinions and this force still had internal strife, Shi Yan thought he shouldn't stay if they couldn't unite. You guys should continue doing what you want. Excuse me, I'm not going to accompany you. I understand now. I shouldn't have come here. Sure, Yen held Thor with one hand and threw Leona a glance. I give up this master position. This blood vein ring belongs to your master. I'm returning it to you now. No. The blood vein ring's spirit sent him extremely turbulent soul energy. It had never been as proactive as now. It was too bad that Yin didn't care about it. He slid the ring off his finger and threw it at Ming Hao. When I was in Black Iron City, didn't you want to take this ring? I'm going to fulfill your wish now. You're the leader of the Cortege of 8. I'm giving it to you. No, don't let him touch me. I'm begging you. No. The ring spirit's voice ran directly into Shi Yan's brain. It has never sounded so restless and frightened. It seemed wary of Ming Hao a lot, and it screamed crazily. But only Shi Yan could hear it. You don't want to serve me as your master anyway. I'll fulfill your wish too. I will return you to the strongest subordinate of your master. You can deal with him. He's much stronger than me. You two have the same goal. You can collect his remains together. I believe that he will be interested in the conditions you've offered me. Shi Yan smiled faintly. I will make you my master. I agree to make you my master. Please get back the ring. No matter what, don't let him touch me. The ring's spirit shouted begrudgingly as it was extremely scared. Sure, Yin had a strange light in his eyes. Hearing the ring's spirit screaming in his soul, he felt so wrong. Earlier, when the ring's spirit met Bloodthirsty's finger, it had proactively cut off the connection with Shi Yan. Then, it wanted to separate from him. It didn't want to serve him anymore. It told him bravely that it had only one master. However, it was currently trying to protest. It didn't want Ming Hao to touch the ring, as it was begging Shi Yan with the promise to make him its master. To return to his hand, the ring's spirit had denied all the things it had stated before. It made Shi Yan feel so strange. Ming Hao stood there, his eyes deep and dark. He had an odd countenance, as a vague shadow flashed in his eyes. The magical, pure soul energy arose from his family. He had locked the blood vein ring. No matter how hard it struggled, It couldn't get rid of his constraint. Ming Hao gathered the wisps of his soul that were scattered around the universe and held the ring in one hand. Right after that, the shadow in his eyes flew out and entered the blood vein ring directly. Indeed, Ming Hao smiled faintly and spoke darkly. You're not it. Chapter 1271, The Ring Spirit. Chapter 1271, The Ring Spirit _ You're not it. Ming Hao held the blood vein ring, his face dark and evil and his eyes deep as he shouted. The black smoke suddenly fumed from the ring's surface. It was clearly the dark, sinister soul of Ming Hao. He used the soul to enter the ring to investigate. It seemed like he was struggling with the ring spirit inside to confirm his assumptions. Listening to Ming Hao, everybody changed their visages and looked at him. Xian, he and Frederick exchanged looks, their faces stern. They didn't stop him and just frowned at the ring. As Shi Yan heard Ming Hao say that, he was shocked as he felt a lightning strike shoot through his head and tear the layers of the uncertain mist. As soon as Ming Hao's soul had entered the ring, the connection between Shi Yan and the ring spirit was gone instantly. Sure, Yan didn't know what was going on inside the ring, but he guessed that the ring spirit wasn't normal. He screened his memory to recall the situation when he collected the two other parts of the ring spirit. The first time it was in Broken Star area, and it was the part that Xian he had left. The memory Xian he had left shouldn't have any problem, because after the ring spirit had fused with it, there wasn't anything strange. The second part he got on Desolate from the bones the Charteris family had refined from Xian Shan's skeleton. After that fusion, the ring spirit had been silent for a long time. Then the ring spirit became unusual. It had concealed a lot of things. It didn't want to give Shi Yan more information. It seemed like the ring spirit had its own thoughts and didn't want to accompany Shi Yan anymore. When the ring spirit encountered Bloodthirsty's finger in Black Iron City of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, it had a massive change. It immediately cut off the connection with Shi Yan and talked to him arrogantly that it had only one master. After that event, the ring spirit seemed to become a complete stranger. It became more active when they communicated as it asked Shi Yan to find Bloodthirsty's remains, offering him great conditions. Considering these events, Shi Yan realized that after the ring spirit got the part of memory from Xian Shan's bones, it changed. It had become a stranger to him. Before that, the ring spirit was just a tool spirit that didn't have many complicated thoughts. After it had fused with the memory part from Xian Shan, the ring spirit seemed to turn into a creature with high intelligence. It became greedy and it knew how to entice people, persuading them with conditions and dealing with the others. Taking a cold breath, he looked at Ming Hao. Just like Xian, he and Frederick, he was waiting for Ming Hao's explanation. The darkness on the dark island vanished. The winner that had defeated Thor, Randolph, of the Charteris family of the God clan, floated up from the island. He looked a bit like Harson, but much older. His countenance was stiff and indifferent as if he was a distant person. Although Randolph had only the first sky of incipient God realm, he had mastered the burning Purgatory Upanishad. That's how he won the battle. Leaving the Dark Island, he didn't look at Xian He, Frederick, or Shi Yan. He just stood quietly behind Ming Hao with a respectful countenance. It looked like he was protecting Ming Hao. Xian He snorted, his eyes dark and sinister. He apparently hated Randolph. With his odd characteristics, if he had a chance, Xian He would mock and ridicule Randolph a lot. After a while, the shadow in Ming Hao's eyes became clearer, but its facial expression wasn't clear enough to be distinctive. His eyes rolled as he maintained the wisp of a soul inside the ring. He looked at Xian He and explained with a cold voice. That year, you, Lao Luo, and Xian Shan kept a part of the ring spirit's memory for each of you. You guys represented Master to choose the successors. Lao Luo did it in Grace, mainland, with the big price of his death. You couldn't use the origin of ancient demon continent, so you failed. Then Ming Hao paused, his face more bizarre. Xian Shan didn't choose God bless mainland of my imperial dark tribe. He instead chose ancient God continent of the God clan. All of you thought that Xian Shan had lost his mind and that I had filled him with illusions. Ming Hao snorted and said to Xian He, "Your brother Xian Shan wasn't the chief of any force, but in my heart, Xian Shan wasn't weaker than any of us. Until now, I really liked Xian Shan. Our friendship was really good. You guys had thought that it was me who had ordered Xian Shan not to go to God bless mainland, or he just wanted to give me face or something. Especially you, Xian He. You assumed that I had caused Xian Shan's death. You thought that because of me, Xian Shan didn't go to God bless mainland and went to ancient God continent instead to get killed there. Isn't it true?" Xian He sneered. "That year, my younger brother had idolized you. Because of you, he didn't go to God blessed mainland. If he had gone to God blessed mainland, he wouldn't have been murdered." At this moment, Xian He's evil and plain expressions were gone. He became sinister and sharp as if he had turned into someone else. "I know there has always been a knot in Xian He's heart. There always has been. You kept thinking that I had caused the death of Xian Shan. That's why you had purposely hurt my little sister. You had coldly and heartlessly put an end to your relationship with Adele. You've made Adele embrace the pain for several thousand years. Until now, Adele hasn't forgiven me yet. She thought that it was I had damaged her relationship, the love of her life." Xian He's voice turned glum as she sighed. Xian He's visage became grimaced. He snorted and said nothing. Apparently, Ming Hao's words were true. However, he had an agony that was deep to the bones in his eyes. This kind of pain had tortured him for 10,000 years and made him suffer. It had eroded and rotted his heart through so many lonely, desperate nights. Frederick looked at Xian He, shaking his head as he sighed. He had sympathy for his good friend. Frederick and Xian he had befriended for so many years. He knew Xian he was a laid-back man who had destroyed many beauties from different clans. However, Frederick also knew that the current chief of Imperial Dark Tribe, Adele, also Ming Hao's blood younger sister, was the nightmare who had waited Xian his whole life. She was the only one Xian he had loved for the rest of his life. Xian, he had planned to hold her hand to be together through the endless river of time. Unfortunately, the Creator didn't want him to live in peace. When Xian he knew that Xian Shan didn't go to God blessed mainland and went to ancient God continent to die there, he blamed everything on Ming Hao. He assumed that Ming Hao had caused his brother's death. He hated Ming Hao to his bones. However, Ming Hao had countless appearances, and he had never met him in person. Without a certain proof that Ming Hao had caused all of this, he couldn't do anything to him. But he couldn't be with Adele any longer. Because of Xian Shan's tragic death, he had thrown the revenge to the woman he had loved the most. He purposely hurt Adele and made the only one he loved bear loss and wounds. He didn't find happiness afterward either. It was contrary that every time Adele felt hurt, Xian he felt the agony 10 times worse. Frederick still remembered when Xian he knew Adele had chosen an average aristocrat of Imperial Dark Tribe to marry. He had suffered from a great loss and pain. His heart died at that moment. Frederick understood this old friend of his more than anyone else. He knew how difficult it was to Xian he to survive 10,000 years. Sometimes Frederick even thought that he would rather stay in the darkness than live a daily tortured life like Xian he. In his eyes, the time Xian he had suffered was the true darkness and suffocation. Xian, you never knew that when I realized that Xian Shan wanted to go to ancient God continent, I had tried my best to stop him. I had begged him to go to God-blessed mainland. For him, I had shed off my face to discreetly contact my sister and asked her to yield. Ming Hao took a deep breath and sighed. Xian Shan had agreed with me at that time. Then he quietly came to ancient God continent. Just like us, he wanted to take revenge for our master. Xianshan had planned it carefully. He wasn't dumb. At that time, the God Lord's body had turned into ashes, and they got nothing from his soul, while the 4 great heavenly kings had scattered around the universe to search our holy land. Ancient God continent didn't have the real experts at that time. But my brother died. Xian, he sounded harsh. The God clan didn't cause his death. It was the ring spirit. Ming Hao's eyes were cold. He stooped to watch the blood vein ring and spoke in a low-pitched voice. We all thought that Xianshan failed. None of us had ever thought that he actually succeeded. He had stolen a part of the ancient God continent's origin. With the power of the ring spirit, he had successfully guided a soul from another universe. But something bad had happened. I don't know what had happened back there. It still remained a mystery until now. But now I know that the result is that the soul from the other universe had swallowed the part of the ring spirit that Xian he kept. It had fused with the ring spirit's memory and carved itself on Xianshan's bones after he died. After Xianshan died, the ring spirit had trained and strengthened Harson. Listening to him, Xian He, Frederick, and Shi Yen discolored in fright. My force has been investigating this for so many years. We finally come up with that conclusion. But I wasn't so sure until Shi Yen had fused with the soul from Xianshan's bone into the blood vein ring. Still, he didn't come to the Holy Land after that. He didn't know things he should know. From that event, I've made my vague conclusion. In Black Iron City, I asked the president of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce to deliver Master's finger as I wanted to confirm it one last time. When I found that it was so craving for that finger, and the connection between the ring spirit and Shi Yen became so thin, and I got more certain, I sent my soul to Bai Yifeng and Mu Wei to seize the ring and check it. But Frederick's monster corpse had broken my plan, continued Ming Hao. You'd arranged for the president of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce to deliver that finger? But why is he still allowing my monster corpse to get there? Asked Frederick. He's a businessman, replied Ming Hao. You should continue, Frederick contemplated and then nodded. I couldn't touch the blood vein ring, so I couldn't verify it, but I was observing continuously. When this kid came to the Holy Land and the Devouring Island, he opened the ancient formation. After he got out, he bragged about collecting Master's remains. When that happened, I understood it clearly. Then Ming Hao looked at Shi Yen, snorted, and said, I could almost confirm that the original ring spirit was gone. But I also doubted you. I wasn't so sure if you were the real you. I doubted that you were killed and that thing had possessed your body. I thought maybe it had bound your soul so you would be under its control. In my thoughts, in any of these circumstances, I would never allow you to be the next master. I could guess the new ring spirit's purpose. After it fused with the 3 pieces of the ring spirit's memory, it knew every secret that even the cortege of 8 didn't know. It wanted to collect our master's remain to possess his body. That way it could become our new master. Shi Yen, Xian He, and Frederick were petrified. They now almost believed in all of what Ming Hao was telling them. They were restlessly anxious as they looked at the ring. Chapter 1272, Seal. Chapter 1272, Seal, Undersir. According to Ming Hao, Xian He had successfully stolen the origin of the God clan's ancestral star to summon a soul from another universe. However, something had happened. That alien soul had swallowed the ring spirit's memory and killed Xianshan. When people looked at the blood vein ring now, they were cold and harsh. Xian He's face became less tense. He frowned and said nothing. Ming Hao's eyes raked around. The shadow in his eyes surged soul energy. A voice arose in the sea of consciousness of many warriors. Unauthorized warriors should leave this place at once. Leona's restraint was lifted. She bowed to Shi Yen to show her gratitude and then looked at Thor. Shi Yen knew what Ming Hao was about to say was very important. He nodded and then sent a beam of his star energy to rise Thor up and move him to Leona. Leona brought Thor away immediately. At the same time, Randolph left as Ming Hao had ordered him. Before he left, he quietly glanced at Shi Yan as if he was curious about him. Shi Yan didn't move. The warriors of the 8 forces around them had quickly left the area. Ming Hao blinked and sent a wisp of a soul to the sealed island underneath. The membrane opened a small corner for him. He directly plunged onto the island. Xian, he, Frederick, and Shi Yan also landed. Then the membrane closed again, sealing the island and separating the 4 from the world outside. "Let me seal it." The white bones next to him rattled strangely like wind raking through the forest. Shi Yan, Xian He, and Frederick kept silent and looked at him. Shortly after, the departed souls slowly emerged from the endless void, getting through the dark membrane and entering Ming Hao's head. Shi Yan discolored in fright. He was shocked and fearful. Those souls seemed to be wisps of Ming Hao's soul. They had the same life magnetic field and energy, fluctuations of his power Upanishad. They were somehow similar to the blood river that Xian he had created. There were billions of wisps like that. Those souls were cold and had consciousness. Slowly, they had massively filled the sky of the dark island. Each of the departed soul was one Ming Hao with soul control power Upanishad. Billions of souls had come towering below the entire sky. The soul energy fluctuated massively as if they were in the 9 Serenity Hell. They made this island a secret place that collected creatures' souls. Those souls gathered, condensed, and created a sacrificial altar. Quite the contrary, the body that Ming Hao had posseed was now very feeble. At this moment, it was just a speaker that transmitted Ming Hao's voice. The sacrificial altar built of billions of souls was quickly formed. Ming Hao's pure and immense soul energy overflowed from his altar like an ocean. His altar seemed to return to the final destination of the soul in the vast sea of stars. It had an attractive magical power to the souls. This altar of his was a little vague, just like his face that no one could see. Suddenly, countless marvelous symbols created by the souls flew out of Ming Hao's altar. Those symbols were like wisps of a soul arranged into different and complicated formations. They contained the utmost truth of the power Upanishad. Watching them, Shi Yan felt like he was in the fountainhead of the powers Upanishads. The marvelous heavenly formations with Ming Hao's aura had supernatural power as if they were Ming Hao's pure consciousness. Those formations fell on the blood vein ring like so many beautiful and exquisite nets covering the ring. With a closer look, the others then saw the bloodlines on the surface of the blood vein ring wiggle and create a savage, small face. That face was the ring spirit. As it felt Ming Hao's seal coming, it tried to struggle to get rid of the blood vein ring to fight against Ming Hao once. That small, ferocious face was made of bloodlines, which was so peculiar and sinister. At first glance, Shi Yan was a little shaken. He could even feel the hair on the nape of his head rising. That face was like an extreme, evil creature that wanted to swallow and destroy the whole world. Ming Hao's soul altar rose and sent out magical energy waves. The layers of marvelous formations descended and locked the blood vein ring. The small face was still wiggling, but it was so hopeless. The sealing work lasted for 1 hour. It was about to finish. Ming Hao had created dozens of thousands sealing formations and attached them on the blood vein ring surface to bind the ring spirit. The feeble connection between Shi Yan and the ring spirit was cut off. He couldn't sense the ring spirit's aura anymore. After Ming Hao had created dozens of thousands of sealing formations, his altar had shrunk. Suddenly, his altar divided into many wisps of dark smoke and vanished just like the black clouds that were blown away by a tornado. These soul flows then returned to different star areas to continue their control to the forces in different forces. The warrior Ming Hao had possessed suddenly revived. The shadow came back to his eyes. Ming Hao hadn't left. We don't know where the soul that Xian Shan had guided here comes from. It caused Xian Shan's death and then nurtured Harson of the Charteris family. I think it had planned to steal Harson's body. It had prepared for that moment this entire time. When you guys were on Desolate, Shi Yan had fused it with the blood vein ring. It then swallowed the original ring spirit. After it found that Shi Yan had the devouring power Upanishad, it gave up Harson and made Shi Yan its new target. Evidently, this thing has unceasing greeds. While it was observing and waiting for the chance to take Shi Yan's body, it met our master's finger. As it had completely fused with the ring spirit, it knew many of our master's secrets, more than any one of us. It then got a new idea. It wanted to collect master's remains and then occupy his body. That way, it could have been able to skip a long time of cultivating and reach the terrifying height shortly and directly, said Ming Hao. Why didn't you fulfill its wish? It has swallowed the ring spirit's memory. If it could use Bloodthirsty's body and become a real entity, with its understanding of Bloodthirsty's powers Upanishads, it would have been an excellent successor. It meant that Xian Shan had succeeded. He had found an excellent heir for Bloodthirsty. This successor has swallowed the ring spirit, killed Xian Shan, and it even attempted to steal my body and Bloodthirsty's remains. I think he's more suitable than me. Don't you think so? Shi Yan was moved. Listening to Ming Hao, Shi Yan felt a little strange. If it hadn't killed Xian Shan or swallowed the original ring spirit and just replaced Harson, I would have allowed it to follow our protocol. It could have fought you to compete for the master position, but now I will never let it do that, shouted Ming Hao. He looked at Xian He and Frederick and then said, Xian Shan was my best friend and the original ring spirit was the precursor of my imperial dark tribe. How could I let it do whatever it wants? Xian He and Frederick changed their countenances and said in unison, Your precursor. Shi Yan was bewildered. 100,000 years ago, the first generation of experts of Heavenly Monster Tribe, Immortal Demon Clan, Imperial Drac Tribe, and God Clan had come to Desolate. I think you guys knew this. Our Imperial Dark Tribe's precursor had buried his body there. The ice blue light protection around Desolate is his sole altar and incipient extent, said Ming Hao. So that light protection isn't all of the soul of Imperial Dark Tribe's precursor? The ring told me like that. It also said that the holy mountain there used to be the body of the Immortal Demon Clan's precursor. The blood sword is refined from his spine too, Shi Yan intervened. Ming Hao looked at him and said, the incipient extent and the soul altar of my precursor had turned into a light protection, but his soul had lost its memories and become a tool spirit, merging with the blood vein ring. It said the truth about the holy mountain and the blood sword. They're the remains of the immortal demon precursor. Xian He, Frederick, and Shi Yan were stern. As they had come to this point, they had finally reached the knot that had troubled their minds for many years. Where did Bloodthirsty go? He had the blood sword and the blood vein ring. The blood sword was the immortal demon precursor spine, and the ring spirit inside the blood vein ring was the host soul of the Imperial Dark Tribe's precursor. From these details, Shi Yan knew that Bloodthirsty used to visit Desolate and have a big harvest on Desolate. However, Desolate opened once every 10,000 years. Every time it opened, the members of the 4 great clans went there. The secret scriptures of the 4 clans had a detailed record for each time Desolate opened. However, they didn't mention anything related to Bloodthirsty. It meant that Bloodthirsty wasn't there whenever Desolate opened. So, how could he enter Desolate? How could he get the remains of the immortal demon precursor laying on Desolate and refine the soul of the Imperial Dark Precursor to make it the ring spirit of the blood vein ring? Those were the questions that they couldn't answer yet. Throughout the past 10,000 years after Master had fallen, I've always used the forces I can use to investigate this. I want to know Master's identity. Today, I discovered an earth-shaking finding, a tremendous assumption, said Ming Hao. Shi Yan and the other 2 were shaken. They pulled themselves together and wholeheartedly focused on listening to him. Bloodthirsty's profile and identity were the riddles that none of the big clans and forces around the universe could discover. Every famous expert was extremely curious about this riddle. No exception. What kind of finding is that? What's your assumption? Seeing Ming Hao still arranging his thoughts, Frederick couldn't hold it anymore, and he shouted. 10,000 years ago, we had begun to follow our master. Besides his power and mysteries and the marvelous power Upanishad inheritances he gave us, there's something we can't neglect. We all felt the familiar aura from him that made us feel close to him. That kind of aura couldn't be described. I'd asked Gru of the God clan, Gatto of the Heavenly Monster tribe, and even you, Xianhe. You guys had admitted that you did have the same feeling. Did you remember that? Ming Hao looked at Xianhe. Xianhe nodded. I remember. You did ask me this. At that time, I discussed with Xianshan, and we agreed that we felt the fond aura from him. That aura had made us close to him and followed him naturally. That feeling made us trust him and feel that he would never hurt us. It's hard to describe that feeling. He remembered what they had experienced in the past and confirmed Ming Hao's words. Chapter 1273. An Earth-Shaking Conjecture. Chapter 1273. An Earth-Shaking Conjecture. _ Why have I never had that feeling? Frederick rubbed his head. It's the key, hissed Ming Hao. Why do only the descendants of the God clan, Imperial Dark tribe, Heavenly Monster tribe, and Immortal Demon clan feel this aura from Master? Don't you think it's weird? In our realm, we can easily come to this point. Only when Master had the blood of our races can he make us feel close and attached to him. Xianhe, Frederick, and Shi Yan were shocked, and they were gawking. You're right. Our Master has the combined blood of the precursors from the God clan, Imperial Dark tribe, Heavenly Monster tribe, and Immortal Demon clan. That's why we didn't need to spend a lot of effort to cultivate the power Upanishads he had imparted to us. Initially, he had chosen the members of the 4 great creatures because he knew about the advantages of our races. He knew that only the descendants of the 4 races could maximize the power of his power Upanishads. Ming Hao paused for a moment and then stressed each word. It's because our master was the combined product of the bloodlines of the precursors from the 4 great creatures that had come to desolate 100,000 years ago. Shi Yan, Xianhe, and Frederick were dumbstruck. Strong waves raised high in their minds. It was unimaginable that Bloodthirsty was the fusion of the bloodlines of the 4 great creatures. As he had the advantages of the 4 great races, he was really supernatural. He and Frederick kept silent for a long time as they were trying to digest the earth-shaking conjecture that Ming Hao had just provided them. For the time being, they thought that their brains couldn't function well. After a while, he took a deep breath to calm down his surging mind. Isn't it a little subjective to come to such a conclusion with only our close feelings to Master? Actually, he had believed half of it because he understood Ming Hao well. If Ming Hao wasn't 100% sure, he would never say or confirm anything. Recently, he had discreetly studied the riddle of Bloodthirsty's identity. He had the same idea, but the evidence he had wasn't enough. Today, listening to Ming Hao, he had cleared the clouds in his head. To find the evidence for this, I went to see Holy Beast Azure Dragon of the Heavenly Monster tribe myself. He's the oldest warrior alive. He and Holy Beast White Tiger were born in Grace Mainland at the same time. Azure Dragon has lived for 100,000 years. When I told him my conjecture, Azure Dragon told me that he used to meet Master, and he could feel the special aura of White Tiger from Master. As he was born at the same time as White Tiger, and they're both the ancestors of Heavenly Monster tribe, he should be much familiar with his aura. When he told me that, I was so certain about this. Anyway, you know how I work. I'm still finding a way to prove it. Recently, Azure Dragon contacted me and asked me to meet one person. Sure, Yin knows this person well. Ming Hao turned to Shi Yan. Who? Shi Yan was surprised. He's called Ghost Hunter, said Ming Hao. Shi Yan was a little amazed. What happened? Ghost Hunter is the son of Heavenly Ghost and Hunter Dragon. The Heavenly Ghost is the special dark beast of our Imperial Dark Tribe. Not many people know about it. Actually, it has the bloodline of the Imperial Dark Tribe. And why is that? It's the secret of the Imperial Dark Tribe, so I can't tell you guys. However, I can tell you that the blood in the Heavenly Ghost's body isn't very different from the members of the Imperial Dark Tribe. Hunter Dragon is the beast living in the monster area with the bloodline of Heavenly Monster Tribe. I heard that Azure Dragon said that Hunter Dragon used to eat some immortal demon warriors to get their blood. Heavenly Ghost and Hunter Dragon gave birth to Ghost Hunter, which is a creature with the bloodline of the Imperial Dark Tribe, Heavenly Monster Tribe, and Immortal Demon Clan. He's a miracle as he could survive. But then, if we have this miracle of the 3 bloodlines, it's possible to have someone with the 4 bloodlines of the 4 great creatures, like our master. Azure Dragon contacted me and brought me to meet Ghost Hunter. We had taken 1 drop of his blood. Azure Dragon said that it was almost perfect blood. He told me that our master's blood is the perfect blood that has combined the blood of our ancestors. Ghost Hunter's blood is just a line apart from perfect. And now, look at this drop of blood. Let's see if it's quite similar to our master's blood. Ming Hao finished at the area where his altar used to appear a drop of blood. This drop of blood was extremely peculiar. It was like a clear green crystal. Blood should be in liquid form, but this drop of blood was both in liquid and solid forms at the same time. It shifted between the 2 forms continuously. It was so strange that it had puzzled people. Xian, he and Frederick were shocked to see that drop of blood. They kept quiet. Sure, Yen didn't need to contemplate to find the truth. Bloodthirsty's blood was very similar to Ghost Hunter's. Ming Hao had a marvelous capacity. He knew that the ring spirit wasn't the original one, and he had solved the riddle of Bloodthirsty's identity. He had investigated and found that he was the combination of the bloodlines of the 4 great creatures' ancestors. This man was worth his leading position in the cortege of 8. Compared to him, Xian, he, and Frederick weren't really better. Do you believe me now? Said Ming Hao, his voice vague. Xian, he, and Frederick nodded. But the truth isn't that simple. Master's body was the combination of the blood of the precursors from the 4 races. Have you ever thought about his soul? Where did it come from? Ming Hao asked again. Shi Yan, Xian He, and Frederick were bewildered again as they shook their heads. I don't know either. Ming Hao also shook his head. I've spent 10,000 years to solve the riddle of Master's bloodline. I couldn't figure out the origin of his soul and the forbidden energy he had mastered. Every word Ming Hao had spoken had put Xian He, Frederick, and Shi Yan deep into thought. When he talked about bloodthirsty soul, the other 3 frowned and felt like they were walking in the thick mist that they couldn't get through. Shi Yan, Xian He, and Frederick were standing on the sealed dark island to listen to Ming Hao conclude his investigation after 10,000 years of studying and exploring. They knew more about the ring spirit and bloodthirsty, and now they had a new perception when they looked at Ming Hao. While they were talking, the warriors from the 8 forces had gathered by the dark island and waited silently for their orders to carry out the next steps. Ming Hao lifted his head, talking. They're done. Xian, he, and Frederick sensed and then nodded. They also got the result. Benton and Yang Tian Emperor are the new chiefs of Corrosion and Despair forces. In addition to you 2, he got the 4 chiefs to support him be the new master. Ming Hao looked at Shi Yan, but his eyes didn't look dark and cold anymore. The chiefs of the destruction and chaos follow me. In addition to Randolph, I have half of the chiefs to vote. We know that unless he gets the support from 5 chiefs, he can enthrone, right? Frederick was bewildered for a while and then said, The sinister soul that had tried tricking us is confined in the ring now. You know Shi Yan wasn't possessed. He's the only one with Master's power Upanishad. Everything is clear now. Why do you still want to stop him? Xian, his face got cold once again. Well, he has only first sky of incipient God realm. He's not qualified to order me around. I don't object to him being the new chief. However, unless he defeats me one day, I will never call him master. Ming Hao pouted his lips. Nah, it's good that you don't object. He's enthroning now, just to get the flag of reunion for our 8 forces. Of course, we won't give him all the authorities. Xian He nodded and smiled evilly. Shi Yan, when you reach the immortal realm and defeat me, I will call you my master sincerely. In our place, we talk with the fist. It's the rule that Master had set up when he founded this force. It will never change, even if 1,000 or billion years pass. Frederick laughed and patted Shi Yan's shoulders, talking frankly. Kid, put more efforts and be enthusiastic. As long as you can defeat us, you can do whatever you want. It has not 300 years, and you reached your current realm. Well, with this progress, I think it won't be long until you can kick our asses. If you're restless, put more effort then. Haha, we're more than 10,000 years old now. Don't make us wait for a long time. The God Lord has awakened. The 4 great heavenly kings are summoned to protect him. I think he's recovering his power currently. I got the intelligence that the God clan has mobilized the slaves in the God perishing land back to ancient God continent. I think the God Lord wants to use those slaves to forcefully boost his power, said Ming Hao. This war isn't really positive for us, Xian He frowned. Xian, I wonder if what I told you today has untied the knot in your heart after 10,000 years or not. If yes, you should go to Imperial Dark Tribe to talk to Adele and admit your mistakes. Maybe the Imperial Dark Tribe aren't going to stay neutral anymore. They may go with us, suggested Ming Hao. Xian, he snorted and didn't answer him. That year, the Immortal Demon Clan was closest to us. Currently, the members of this clan have scattered around the sea of stars. Still, they have a close connection with you, Xian He. Although they don't cultivate the 8 great power Upanishads, they have strong competencies. In the past 10,000 years, they are always the enemy of the God clan. You can deal with them, Xian He, Ming Hao continued. He turned to Shi Yan. Because you've fused with Grace, Mainland's origin, and the Genesis fruit, Heavenly Monster Tribe has no choice. They have to fight with us, shoulder by shoulder. If Xian, he can persuade my sister, 3 out of 4 great races will support us. This war will be easier for us. You should use the identity as the master of the bloodthirsty force to meet the current masters of the 1,000 Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple. If you can persuade them, we will gain the upper hand in this war. After Shi Yan had thrown the blood vein ring to Ming Hao, his passive situation had overturned like a miracle. Ming Hao, the toughest challenge, didn't want to trouble him anymore. Right at the beginning, Ming Hao hadn't aimed at Shi Yan, but that ring. I've sealed the ring's spirit. This ring represents your master identity. You should wear it, but you have to be careful. No matter what, don't break the seal or drop it. The memories it has holds a lot of secrets that we don't know. I can't kill it because I don't want to lose those secrets of the Forbidden Land and our master. I will think about how to deal with it. Before I can do that, you should protect it well, Ming Hao advised Shi Yan carefully. Chapter 1274, Heavenly Kinglight. Chapter 1274, Heavenly Kinglight, _ Inside the God Zenith, God Clan's ancestral star, the God Lord in Hague's body was sitting cross-legged inside the ivory clouds. It contained extremely thick spirit chi and essence of life. He could use those energies directly to increase his power. Underneath him was a yellow river where many dark, prison, demonic flowers were floating. Those flowers were really big. They were more than several meters tall, and each of them covered more than one bodies from different races. However, the lowest realm of those victims was first sky of ethereal god realm. This yellow river had several thousand dark, prison, demonic flowers that confined almost 10,000 high realm warriors of many clans. Every second, the warriors inside the demonic flowers lost some of their energy to them. Their faces were so thin and their bodies were dry, like a bamboo stick. They looked like skeletons inside a skin bag, which was so pathetic. Their eyes that had sunk deep into their sockets showed only pain and despair, their faces bewildered. The buds of the dark prison demonic flower covered them and drew their essence, chi, and vitality in every second, turning them into ivory wisps of mist that raised and congregated at the clouds underneath the God Lord. By the river, some elders of the God clan's elder committee were ordering their subordinates, in a low-pitched voice, their faces respectful. At this moment, dozens of battleships were anchored around the God Zenith. Countless rhombus crystal war chariots were moving back and forth, transporting more experts from the other star areas. They were going to be brought to the God Zenith to become the materials for the God Lord's recovery. Monthly, several hundred experts at Ethereal God Realm were transported here through the 7 sea territories of the God Clan. In the past 10,000 years, the God Clan's invading steppe had never ceased. They had set up many God perishing lands in side medium or high-level star areas to imprison the experts that didn't want to obey the God Clan. Currently, the Elder Committee had ordered to bring those slaves to supply the God Lord with their energy. Inside the mountain, the God Lord closed his eyes as if he had merged with the sky, his soul consciousness establishing a marvelous connection with this planet. The elders of the Elder Committee stayed around the God Lord and watched him in fear and respect. In their eyes, the God Lord was now the heart of this ancient continent. This marvel of his fusion with the ancient continent was like milk and water blending, which the former Hague couldn't compare to. Every day, they could feel the God Lord's power increase steadily. The great elder, Feng Ju, felt this clearly as he was the expert who had reached Immortal Realm, which was one level higher than Spark. However, when he used the soul consciousness of the expert at Immortal Realm to sense the resonance between the God Lord and this earth and heaven, he was shaken as if he was facing the prestige might. This great difference between their realms couldn't be made up with energy. Feng Ju used to have rebellious thoughts, but now it was extinguished. He had even burned down his wisps of memories and eliminated them. He was afraid that the God Lord would figure it out. Great Elder, have they, the 4 great heavenly kings, fallen in the vast sea of stars? You've called them on behalf of the God Lord, but none of them have come back. Has something bad happened to them? In a remote corner inside the mountain, the newly promoted 3rd sky of incipient God Realm Elder looked doubtful and frowned. He hadn't experienced that era. He knew about the fame of the 4 great heavenly kings, but he had never seen them. Recently, many elders of the Elder Committee were suspicious about whether the 4 heavenly kings had survived the long river of time. Some elders with the same concern turned to look at Feng Ju and pried. Feng Ju squinted and looked at Spark. Well, Spark hadn't come back after several thousand years. He's alive, right? He hasn't reached Immortal Realm, but he can live thousands of years. Do you think that the 4 great heavenly kings have false Immortal Realm? Spark was sitting cross-legged in the corner. He snorted and coldly glared at the elder who had just voiced his concerns. When the 4 great heavenly kings spread their names around the universe, I was just at first sky of incipient God Realm. At that time, they were at first sky of Immortal Realm. It has been 10,000 years. Unless they don't want to live anymore, who can kill them? Those suspicious elders shut their mouths when they heard Spark say so. God, Lord, his power seems to not be as powerful as they've rumored. Elder Feng Ju, he said again. Feng Ju changed his visage as fear swarmed over him. He didn't dare to look the God Lord and just hissed at that elder. Shut up! He didn't know why his heart was throbbing anxiously and frantically all of a sudden. He was at first sky of a mortal realm, so he had an exquisite sensibility of soul fluctuation and internal air movement. Only the experts at a mortal realm could vaguely touch this kind of sensibility, which was marvelous and incredible. This kind of insecure and anxious feeling had never happened to him in the past 10,000 years. Feng Ju was skeptical if it was true. However, after a while, he knew why he got such a feeling. He was frightened and he looked at the entrance where a good-looking, brawny man was walking as if he was taking a walk in an empty park. Feng Ju couldn't help but quiver. That man had sideburns outline his manly, rough face. The contours of his face made him look like he was carved out of the granite with clear corners. He was holding a big red wine bottle where the sun, moon, and stars were shining. He was strolling, his eyes murky, as if he was enjoying his wine. The man was wearing hempen clothes that were completely opposite to the precious and luxurious costumes that the God Clan had. His clothes weren't neat. There were many holes on his elbows and knees. He looked like a beggar to the others. While walking, the man didn't forget to take sips from his bottle. He was humming some folk songs with vulgar lyrics too. His appearance contrasted a lot to the high echelon members of the God Clan who claimed to be elegant and noble. In this area, the elders who had just been promoted had luxurious clothes and wore a lot of rings where they stashed their huge fortune. They had enjoyed the fame and wealth of the God Clan for 10,000 years. The 12 families of the God Clan served them, so the elders had become first-class characters with power and wealth in this universe. The elders looked at the tall man striding toward, their faces surprised. They felt strange indeed, because the man's appearance and aura were totally different from theirs. He looked like a low peasant in the low-level star areas that the God Clan had conquered. At the same time, they didn't feel any energy fluctuation from that man. The elder who had just talked to Feng Ju about his suspicion of the god Lord darkened his face and shouted, "How could that peasant get in here?" If he paid attention to the facial expressions of the previous generation elders like Feng Ju and Spark, he wouldn't have said that, because at this moment Feng Ju and Spark had quietly stood up and bowed slightly to greet the man with a respectful face. The new elders of this generation make me disappointed. The man glanced at the elder who had just spoken to him. His hand that didn't hold the bottle of wine grabbed the void. A dazzling sun emerged in his palm. The purifying light had emitted like a waterfall and covered the elder who had doubted the god Lord earlier. In 3 breaths, that elder exploded and turned into ashes that vanished. His soul altar was even purified and left nothing. Without giving the poor elder another glance, he took another swig from his bottle. He rudely spat on the ground and said to Feng Ju and Spark, "If the new elders have such makings, they should become the meat pellets for our master to recover. In that way, we can save our God Clan from shame." The newly promoted elders had their bodies stiffen as they heard him. They stood still and didn't dare to move. They were aghast indeed. Feng Ju, Spark, and many elders of the previous generation stood still and nodded with a forced smile. No one dared to retort. The man looked at the god Lord hiding in the ivory clouds and kneeled. "Greetings, master." The god Lord's closed eyes parted to a slit to look at the beefy man and gave him an indifferent nod. "Where are easygoing, carefree, and divine Marshal?" "They're on the way back." "I was closest to the ancestral star, so I come to meet Master first," Heavenly Kinglight said with his head low. "My power hasn't recovered yet. I can't send my orders to them through the star areas. You tell Easygoing to go to Imperial Dark Tribe first. He doesn't need to come back now. Talk to Adele to know their decision. Tell Carefree to get the confirmation from the 1000 Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple. Ask Divine Marshal to go find the president of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. We need their intelligence to know the plan of Bloodthirsty Force, Heavenly Monster Tribe, and Immortal Demon Clan," ordered the God Lord. Heavenly King Light nodded. Shortly after, the 3 wisps of Heavenly King Lia's soul flew out like 3 meteors and disappeared. Light shook 3 times, and a brilliant light curtain emerged above his head with the endless marvel of heaven. After several seconds, the 3 meteors returned to him and disappeared into his nape. He stood still and said respectfully, "Easygoing, carefree, and divine marshal have changed their routes. They asked me to say, congratulations to you. Welcome back to this world, our Lord." The god Lord nodded. Heavenly King Light pondered for a while and then said, "Master, I found Bloodthirsty Skull. Please check it out." A blind light as big as a mill covered something round and rolled towards the god Lord. Many elders of the god clan were shocked when they heard what the Heavenly King Light had said. They looked at that chunk of light, their eyes thrilled. They had spent 10,000 years to find it, but they couldn't find many pieces of Bloodthirsty's remains. Today, Heavenly King Light had returned with Bloodthirsty Skull. It made them so excited. Bloodthirsty's remains had 2 core things, his heart and his skull. They were the most important things about Bloodthirsty's body. They could make any expert crazy and crave for them. God Lord sat cross-legged on the cloud and looked at Feng Ju. Feng Ju shuddered and spoke gingerly and respectfully. "Here are the 5 pieces of Bloodthirsty's remains that we've collected. Please check them." 5 heavenly fragrant soul, soothing jade boxes flew out of his sleeves and moved towards God Lord. Just like that beautiful chunk of light, they hovered in front of God Lord so he could study them. "Tell Carefree to take the Bloodthirsty's remains from the 1,000 Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple. We will pay a star area for each piece. It's the deposit, so they will be on our side to fight." The god Lord watched the remains of his archenemy, pondering and then talking to Heavenly King Light. Heavenly King Light regarded him. "Give me more meat pellets. I want to recover faster," hissed the god Lord. Feng Ju and Spark nodded continuously. Chapter 1275, Fantasy Zone. Chapter 1275, Fantasy Zone _ 7 Rhombus transport warships were heading to 1,000 Fantasy Star area at a fast speed, flying directly to the Fantasy Star. They were the transport ships of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce with their private symbol. The 7 battleships carried many individuals, part of the staff of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, with the leader at First Sky of incipient God Realm. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce was the biggest trading corporation in this vast sea of stars. They had branches in many star areas, and they transported materials to big forces everywhere. 1,000 Fantasy Sect and Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had a long-term partnership. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's transport battleships often visited 1,000 Fantasy Sect to deliver rare, cultivating materials. These 7 battleships were flying towards Fantasy Star. The commander of those ships was the only one at incipient God Realm. He was called Banyu, and he cultivated fire power. He was also a notorious, experienced blacksmith. Banyu was in charge of transporting cultivating materials to Fantasy Star this time. He guarded the most important ship, which carried 3 original incipient grade materials and dozens of divine grade herbs that the 1,000 Fantasy Sect had ordered. He didn't worry that something unexpected would happen in this trip. One reason was because of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's fame in this universe. The other reason was because they were in the territory of 1,000 Fantasy Star area now. It was the territory of 1,000 Fantasy Sect. As they were transporting materials that 1,000 Fantasy Sect had ordered, he didn't need to worry about unexpected events. Banyu watched the area ahead, frowning and contemplating. The area in front of them was the important area outside Fantasy Star, which was called Fantasy Zone or the Star Sea Mirage. It was a strange zone that created optical illusions of everything that got into the area and all of them were so real that people couldn't differentiate between them. The headquarters of the Thousand Fantasy sect was right there. As it was famous, the Fantasy Star had spectacular features. Because the Fantasy Star could create countless illusions in every area of the Fantasy Zone without Thousand Fantasy Sect's permission, the battleships of other forces could never find the real Fantasy Star. In Legends, a strong enemy used to attack the Thousand Fantasy Sect. The opponent force had directly stormed into the Fantasy Zone, but hundreds of their battleships couldn't navigate their locations or locate the Fantasy Star. Also, they were hypnotized by their own battleship illusions, so they turned to attack each other as if they were possessed. Eventually, they were all killed in the Fantasy Zone. The Fantasy Star and the Fantasy Zone became famous after that event. Seeing that the Fantasy Zone was getting nearer ahead, Banyu put up his guard and unconsciously checked a closed cabin behind him. Suddenly, the door of that room sprang open. A stern young man walked out. Seeing the peripheral area of the Fantasy Zone, his eyes sparkled with faint starlight. Banyu frowned and looked at the young man, his face grave and heavy. Usually, the Thousand Fantasy sect wouldn't allow the strangers come to the Fantasy Star. According to the contract between Tsunami Chamber of Commerce and the Thousand Fantasy sect, they weren't allowed to bring unidentified people to the area around the Fantasy Star. They couldn't come to the Fantasy Star directly. They had to stop by the area and wait for the warriors of the Thousand Fantasy sect to come and take the materials. It was to protect the mysteries of Fantasy Star, and it was also the contract that had been effective for so many years between the Thousand Fantasy sect and Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. However, Tsunami Chamber of Commerce this time had unilaterally violated the contract. Banyu found it very obscure. The manager of Cold Iron City of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had asked Banyu to take that young man with him on this trip. The manager of Cold Iron City had a close relationship with the Thousand Fantasy sect, and he was Banyu's superior. Thus, even though Banyu knew it was against their principles, he had to agree with the other. That young man had embarked in the middle of the way. Banyu thought he was so mysterious because he didn't know his realm or identity. He guessed that the young man wanted to go to the Fantasy Star, so he took a ride on their battleship because he was afraid that the Thousand Fantasy sect would spot him before he could reach the place. He didn't know the relationship between that young man and the manager of Cold Iron City, neither the reason why he wanted to go to the Fantasy Star. Anyway, he had to be cautious as he was afraid that it would bring trouble to Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. Thus, along the way, Banyu had always paid attention to that young man and tried to pry on his purpose. "Hey, buddy, you want to go to the Fantasy Star, right?" Banyu pondered and then smiled at Shuryen, pointing at the area ahead of them. "Look, it's the Fantasy Zone. Once we enter that area, we will see so many illusions of our battleships. It's awesome. You can see it soon. It's really interesting." "Yeah, I want to visit the Fantasy Star," replied the young man faintly. That young man was Shuryen. He had talked to Ming Hao, Xianhe, and Frederick in the Blood Sea, the Holy Land of the Bloodthirsty Force. Although he hadn't earned respect from the three great chiefs, he had got that glorious master's throne. He understood clearly that his current realm wasn't enough to convince the three experts at the second and third sky of a mortal realm. He needed to prove himself. He needed to increase his realm and accumulate more powers. When he could be stronger and surpass Ming Hao's group, he could gain their support. Ming Hao, Xianhe, and Frederick had arranged for Shuryen to go to the Fantasy Star of the Thousand Fantasy sect to find Ling Xiang, Caesar, and Lorraine to discuss the alliance. Also, he should ask to take back the Bloodthirsty's remains. According to Ming Hao's information, Caesar and Lorraine were in the Fantasy Star, which hid deep inside the Fantasy Zone. Although the Thousand Fantasy sect had the teleport formations, they had only used them for their members only. Thus, he couldn't use the teleport formation to get to the Fantasy Star. Ming Hao had contacted the Tsunami Chamber of Commerce to let Shuryen take a ride on their transport battleship to the Fantasy Star. He would meet Ling Xiang there. Sure, Yin didn't have any objection to this. Our business trips can only anchor by the fantasy star. We're not allowed to enter the planet. At that time, the 1,000 fantasy sex staff will come to take the materials. I can't send you to the fantasy star directly. Ban Yu shrugged begrudgingly, indicating that it was all he could do. Shi Yin grinned, but his eyes were serious. It's okay. I can get inside anyway. He'd cultivated space power Upanishad. If he couldn't get into the planet when he was at its peripheral area, did that mean that he cultivates space power Upanishad in vain? Actually, if he left now, he could still get to the fantasy star, but he would encounter some trouble, though. The fantasy zone had layers of illusions to the ordinary warriors. The mirage type of illusions was troublesome. If they couldn't find the real object, their mind and energy would be drained until death. However, to Shi Yin, the fantasy zone wasn't a real problem, as he thought that it was just an area with layers of spaces placed upon each other. However, because of the different spaces being placed in the same area, illusions appeared. As he could decode the mysteries of space, it was easy for him to distinguish the illusions and the real objects. He didn't want to get into the place directly. He wanted to stay on the battleship of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, because he wanted to take this opportunity to observe the marvel of the fantasy zone. He could study the mysteries of the layers of spaces that would benefit his space power Upanishad. Buddy, are you confident? Ban Yu was frightened, his eyes surprised. He became more cautious. Shi Yin looked at the fantasy zone, which was getting closer to them, and answered nothing. His soul altar began to spin. His magical soul consciousness flew out and moved around the fantasy zone to observe the features of the layered space. Ban Yu snorted when Shi Yin didn't answer him. He wasn't trying to be polite anymore, and he said in a cold voice, "Then I wish you a safe and smooth journey." Shortly after, the 7 battleships entered the fantasy zone. As soon as they entered the fantasy zone, the 7 ships started to change. Countless identical ships appeared around the 7 ships of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. Each group had 7 ships, just like the formation that Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had, and moved in different directions. A few warriors who had come to the fantasy zone for the first time were screaming in awe. They appraised the marvelous scene that they were witnessing. They saw many warriors on the illusional ships who were observing the marvel and cheering like them. Those warriors looked exactly like them, with the same soul energy fluctuation. It was like they were watching themselves in a mirror. However, their reflections in the mirror seemed to have their own lives. It was a wonderful experience indeed. Ban Yu was surprised. He couldn't help but look at Shi Yin, waiting to see if he would become excited and behold the scene or not. Unfortunately, he didn't see any gleam of surprise on Shi Yin's face. He found that Shi Yin was so calm, as if he had seen the same things countless times and was numb now. He didn't know that Shi Yin was using his special soul consciousness, which was like an electrical spear, to sense in different spaces of the fantasy zone. His soul altar was spinning fast and releasing space energy. The layered space seemed to shrink and be projected in his head. It had become a bright mirror that spun in his head and reflected a lot of images that were so real to him. The persons in the mirror were moving in different dimensions, like they were actually living and bringing Shi Yin the new conception. He closed his eyes. The pure flows of soul consciousness flew out of his soul altar and reached different spaces to visit each illusion that Shi Yin had in his brain. When his soul consciousness entered those illusions, he suddenly had a feeling that those illusions revived and turned into one of his clones that connected to him mentally. It felt like they were him. Those illusions in the layered space had turned into Shi Yin himself when his soul consciousness reached them. Shi Yin had become dozens of people living in different dimensions with different thoughts. He observed them and became skeptical to see who was real and who was just an illusion. Real or unreal, nothing is eternal. As long as your realm is profound, you can change real to unreal and vice versa. A clone can be real too. He got a shock as he opened his eyes to watch dozens of his illusions around him. He got some streak of enjoying the marvel on his face. Ban Yu still paid attention to him. At this moment, he changed his visage as he couldn't believe in his eyes. He found that when Shi Yan opened his eyes, Shi Yan's illusions began to look different from him. Dozens of Shi Yan had different expressions. Some were smiling, dancing, or even closing his eyes. They had different activities and expressions. Shi Yan's illusions seemed to have lives that they had turned from illusions to the real persons. Dozens of illusions revived and became the real Shi Yan. Although they had different activities and facial expressions, they had the same aura and soul energy fluctuations. Ban Yu was bewildered, his face skeptical, as he didn't know what was going on there. He had come to the fantasy zone many times, but he had never seen anything like this. He was suddenly insecure. Looking at Shi Yan, a fear rose in his heart and the hair on his nape rose. Chapter 1276. Open the Space. Chapter 1276. Open the Space, _ Sure, Yan didn't know that Ban Yu was restless, as he was wholeheartedly sinking in his marvelous comprehension. He seemed to not know the commotions around him. He knew a new ability of space power Upanishad that even below at second sky of incipient God realm didn't know. This kind of layering up spaces used spaces as different facets of a mirror to create many illusions. It was an incredible use of space energy. Shi Yan's real body closed his eyes and his soul altar spun. Many Shi Yan inside the layers of space had different activities and facial expressions. One was laughing, one was shaking his legs contentedly, and another was lowering his head to consider something. They were like his clones with his consciousness and streaks of life. They were the real existences. Oh, wow. Freaky. What's going on? Finally, the other warriors had found strange things. They couldn't help but scream and look at the battleship in the middle of the formation and Shi Yan, who was closing his eyes. Inside different spaces around them, they saw many Shi Yans with different activities and expressions. Apparently, Shi Yan wasn't different from his illusions. They were bewildered and scared, the hair on their nape rising. Shut up, all of you, Ban Yu snorted. The others had their eyes changed. They quieted down but still looked at Shi Yan curiously. In their eyes, Shi Yan was so mysterious and peculiar. It seemed like he could move through different spaces as he pleased. After a while, the strange change happened again. Dozens Shi Yan scattering in different spaces looked like they were summoned. They flew from his left and right. Even though some were smiling or contemplating, they were all heading to Shi Yan's real body. Those people had weaved through the spaces and congregated from different dimensions. Ban Yu discolored in fright. More warriors gawked as they didn't know what was going on. Different Shi Yans with their own consciousness came from different dimensions and disappeared into Shi Yan's real body. They were the wisps of soul consciousness that he had sent away that now returned to him. After those Shi Yans disappeared, the other warriors found no illusions of Shi Yan in this fantasy zone where countless illusions could be produced. They could still see the lines of battleships on their left and right moving in a diamond-shaped formation. Also, they still saw the warriors with the same aghast expression as them on those battleships. Now, those illusions were looking in the same direction. However, the illusion that should be there didn't exist. Shi Yan didn't exist in this fantasy area. It was like they were standing in an area that had many big mirrors. They could see their reflections in those mirrors, but Shi Yan, the one who was standing next to them, didn't appear in any mirror. It was so strange indeed. Oh, it's so! Shi Yan opened his eyes, the light of understanding sparkling in his pupils. Pop! A fantasy sky ring on his left hand exploded. Many weapons and divine crystals inside that ring quivered, then overflowed, disappearing into his glabella. Sure, Yen opened a space inside the brilliant incipient extent in his soul altar to gather the materials that used to be stored in his fantasy skyring. As he had understood the mystery of the layered space, he cleaned a space in his incipient extent to store his stuff. Later on, his incipient extent became his fantasy skyring. It could store many items. As his thoughts flickered, a divine crystal emerged in his hand. His thoughts changed, and the divine crystal he had just taken out of the incipient extent got back to its place in his incipient extent. He chuckled. With the new understanding of spatial ability, he was able to open his incipient extent, the fantasy world, and connect it to the real world. He created a fantasy sky ring that could store billions of items. Closing his eyes to feel for a while, he nodded to Banyu. He wasn't really curious about the fantasy zone anymore. He returned to the cabin that Banyu had given him. He stayed there and sensed his new ability. He had a strong feeling that he was about to break to second sky of incipient God realm. He needed time to comprehend it. Inside the fantasy zone, the battleships of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce were still heading in a direction. Banyu had come here many times, so he was familiar with the fantasy zone. However, he still needed to keep contacting the Thousand Fantasy sect to get instructions from them. They had to change their directions continuously. There's someone 1 hour behind you. They're going to the Fantasy Star too. Please give them a ride. They're from the Broken Hall. Our Thousand Fantasy sect has invited them here. They got some problems, so their battleships were broken. It's not easy for them to travel through the fantasy zone. Please help them. Today, as Banyu was talking to a member of the Thousand Fantasy sect through the Soundstone, he was given new instructions about the direction, then suddenly requested something. Ban, you didn't think it was strange, so he agreed. He said that he would pick the others up on the way. He had come to the Fantasy Star many times, and he had encountered this situation before. Some warriors might have gotten lost and done something stupid like fighting their own illusions and breaking their battleships if they came here for the first time without a navigator. Sometimes the Thousand Fantasy sect asked them to pick up some warriors related to the Fantasy Star and give them a ride to the star. Thus, the Thousand Fantasy sect didn't need to send someone from the Fantasy Star to pick up the others. Pay attention. After 1 hour, we will pick up some people on our way, said Banyu. The warriors on the other battleships nodded to him, but they were still keeping an eye on Banyu's battleship and on Shuriyan's closed cabin to be exact. They were so curious, though. As Shuriyan had joined them unknowingly, they were curious already. It was because Banyu was famous for his stubbornness and for strictly keeping the rules. Bringing people the Fantasy Star hadn't approved was an act of violating the contract. In the past several years, Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had a lot of good opportunities, but Banyu had denied them because he wasn't a flexible businessman. However, it confused them a lot when Banyu had brought someone unidentified who was against their agreement with the Thousand Fantasy sect. 1 hour later, in the layers of illusions in front of them, there were 3 warriors who the fantasy zone was creating many illusions of their images like in the mirrors. There were 2 elderly warriors and a girl with her face veiled waiting for them. The warriors of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had their eyes brighten when they saw the girl in the distance. Although she wore a veil, she could still surprise them. The girl wore a pure white dress with the hem inlaid with the accessories of the twinkling stars and moons. However, her slim, white wrists were tied by a dark, bluish chain that had electrical beams winding around. From time to time, people could hear thunder from her. Apparently, the Broken Hall had confined this girl. However, her clear eyes were like a bright moon above the white veil that could still charm people. The 2 old men of the Broken Hall had first and second sky of incipient God realm. They watched her carefully, their faces stern. After they recognized that Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's battleships were coming, they turned away to see. Hey, the real versions of us are here. The first sky of incipient God realm screamed and waved his hands. However, at the same time the surrounding illusions screamed the same way and wave. His illusions had made the same actions. He made it more difficult for the others to distinguish between the real warriors and the illusions. Banyu frowned and looked at the three people ahead of them. A deep cyan light sparkled in his eyes. A special crystal in his hand released magical energy fluctuations. That crystal was from the Thousand Fantasy sect, and it was given to Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, so they could navigate and find the real objects among the illusions in the fantasy zone. Banyu held the crystal to sense. Then he pointed to a group of people. Over there. Their ships moved to that area. 3 minutes later, the ships stopped by the other three. Banyu wore a serious visage and called, "As per request of the Thousand Fantasy sect, we're giving you a ride to the Fantasy Star. Please embark quickly." The two old men of the broken hall exchanged looks and then nodded. They brought the girl and flew to Banyu's ship. Banyu frowned and threw a quick glance at Shurian's closed cabin. Banyu said hastily, "You guys should get on the first ship. My ship carries a lot of precious materials for the Thousand Fantasy sect. I'm afraid that we don't have enough rooms for you guys." "Well, someone is there. Why did you tell us that you didn't have more room? Don't deceive us." The first sky of incipient god realm expert snorted. He didn't care about Banyu's objection and stormed towards them, landing by Banyu. He looked at Shurian's cabin and frowned. "There are 2 empty rooms there. We just need one. We don't need you guys to take care of us a lot." Then, the 2 old men of the broken hall brought the girl in the white dress to one of the empty cabins. I need a quiet environment." Suddenly, a stiff and cold voice came from the adjacent occupied room. The 2 old men of the broken hall became stern. They looked at Banyu. The man at second sky of incipient god realm laughed evilly. "Well, that one isn't from your Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, right? Our broken hall, Thousand Fantasy sect, and the Heaven River Temple do business with your Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. I know the agreement between you guys and the Thousand Fantasy sect. You're not allowed to bring strangers to the Fantasy Star. You're violating the agreement, aren't you?" As soon as he arrived, he found someone learning the Upanishad in Banyu's cabin. As he knew many secret rules of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, he immediately understood that Shurian wasn't part of the staff of Chamber of Commerce. That's why he came, to make it clear. Hearing him, Banyu grimaced and shouted, "It's our Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's business. You don't need to mind, even though you're from the Broken Hall." The 2 elders of the Broken Hall frowned when they encountered stubborn Banyu. They could smell trouble here. They knew how mysterious and intimidating Tsunami Chamber of Commerce was. Even the God Clan had to step away from this Chamber of Commerce. Of course, the Broken Hall wouldn't dare to turn its back against Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. They wanted to trouble Banyu, but since they knew he was tough, they couldn't trouble him anymore. They didn't notice that the clear eyes of the girl in their confinement had sparkled with a strange light when she heard his voice. "Air." At the same time, Shurian also made a surprise sound as he seemed to find something strange. Then, the closed cabin's door sprang open. Chapter 1277. You are not qualified. Chapter 1277. You are not qualified. Sure. Yen stood on the stone bed of the cold chamber. He squinted to have a better focus at the girl that the 2 incipient god realm experts of the broken hall were confining. She wore a veil and she couldn't move. However, the light emitting from her bright moon eyes was really touching. Banyu stood aside and said darkly, "Friends from the broken hall, outsiders aren't allowed to interfere with our Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's business. Without permission from the manager of Cold Iron City, you can't stay on this ship. Please leave." In this vast galaxy, Tsunami Chamber of Commerce was powerful and wealthy. Even the God Clan had to give them face. Although the Broken Hall was also intimidating, they were dependent on Tsunami Chamber of Commerce in some aspects. The warriors of the Broken Hall frowned when they heard Banyu. They became hesitant. He isn't from your Chamber of Commerce. How can he embark this ship? Tsunami Chamber of Commerce has done something against the agreement. Aren't you afraid that the Thousand Fantasy sect will question you? The first sky of incipient god realm expert shouted. However, he was just trying to sound bold. It's our Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's business. You guys from the Broken Hall don't need to interfere. I made myself clear enough. Without the permission of our Cold Iron City's manager, other people can't embark this ship. If he's here, he sure got the permission from our manager. You guys didn't, so you should leave. Ban Yu's face was stern. He lifted his head to look at the other battleships. Some war chariots suddenly flew out carrying dozens of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's warriors who didn't look friendly at all. The two old men of the Broken Hall were called Wei Yun and Xingshang. Wei Yun was at first sky of incipient god realm and Xingshang was at second sky of incipient god realm. Xingshang was Xingming's cousin who was famous for his sinister deeds in the Broken Hall. Also, he was loyal and dedicated to Xingming. The Broken Hall consisted of different halls. Xingming was the loyal subordinate of Caesar's father in the past. He was in charge of those scattered halls. He chained them and consolidated them into one force. When Caesar's father had power, Xingming didn't have many benefits. Caesar's father had the power to decide many things. However, when Caesar began to be the hall master, he always cultivated alone. He didn't care too much about the matters of the Broken Hall, which made Xingming have the chance to manage all the works of the subordinate halls. Xingming's power became too influential. He had become the one with real power in the Broken Hall. The masters of the subordinating halls had only reported to Xingming. Xingming had made good advantage of his power to enrich his family. He had spent many precious cultivating materials of the Broken Hall on nurturing the experts of the Xing family. Eventually, the Xing family had become an intimidating family of the Broken Hall and could even replace the role of Caesar's family. Xingshang was Xingming's cousin, a member of the Xing family. He only listened to Xingming while swaggering in the Broken Hall. Xingshang knew that the Broken Hall wasn't weak, but they couldn't offend Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. Thus, although Banyu was bold, he had pulled himself together. He decided to yield and retreat the brutal makings he had formed after so many years. His team was going to leave this ship. Xingshang glared at Wei Yin next to him, cursing him for the bad idea under his breath that embarrassed him. He snorted, "We should go. Just embark another ship." He signaled Wei Yin to bring the girl and leave. Swoosh! The veil covering the girl's face was torn strangely, pieces of it falling like leaves. An extremely exquisite face was revealed. Her white skin was like beautiful jade with the moonlight. She looked so pure that people were absorbed with her looks. The warriors of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, riding the war chariots, had prepared well. When they saw the girl's glamour after the veil was gone, they felt enchanted. They eyed her, deeply showing the face when a normal man saw an extremely beautiful woman. "It's you, indeed," Shi Yan sounded surprised. That girl was Ouyang Lushuang, the moon god of the Three God sect, who cultivated moonlight. She used to seal herself inside a meteorite in Sky Meteor City. At that time, her realm was already profound. As soon as she got on the ship, Shi Yan got a familiar feeling. It was because Ouyang Lushuang cultivated moonlight power, which wasn't different from Shi Yan's star power Upanishad. It was the magical cultivating technique that the God clan had spread out dozens of thousands of years ago. Now Ouyang Lushuang was at first sky of incipient God realm. She gave people a pure, holy feeling. Apparently, her realm was more marvelous and profound. Shi Yan was very surprised. His cultivating progress was rapid because of his devouring power Upanishad. As Ouyang Lushuang had cultivated only one power, it was astonishing that she could progress that quickly. Shi Yan knew that Ouyang Lushuang should have some good encounters. Otherwise, at a normal warrior's cultivating speed, she wouldn't be able to reach first sky of incipient god realm in a short time like this. What do you want? As Wei Yun saw that Ouyang Lushuang's veil was torn, he had a concealed obscene gleam flash in his pupils. He snorted and rolled his eyes at Shi Yan. Kid, you shouldn't poke your nose in the Broken Hall's business. If Shi Yan wasn't on this ship that hinted his high position and echelon, Wei Yun would have attacked him immediately. Friends, I just received the request to give you a ride. I'm not responsible for your safety. Ban Yu frowned and reminded the others. Xing Shang wore a dark face, coldly looking at Shi Yan and then at Ban Yu. The vicious light sparkled in his eyes, but he hadn't said anything yet. Sure, Yan didn't react to their words. He just looked at Ouyang Lushuang and the chains on her wrists. Shi Yan and this woman didn't have a close friendship or anything like that. However, his star power Upanishad came from Ouyang Lushuang's precursor. From this point on, he owed the Ouyang family a favor. Moreover, Ouyang Lushuang was from Grace Mainland. After he had fused with Grace Mainland's origin, he had unconsciously considered the creatures from Grace Mainland as his family members. Seeing Ouyang Lushuang get confined, he considered the possibility of saving her. Ouyang Lushuang's eyes were clear and tranquil. She just looked at him and had no intention of begging. However, Shi Yan felt a little embarrassed under her gaze. He gave a slight cough and said, "She's my friend. Leave her to me. I'll explain to Caesar." His words sounded natural. Although Caesar was the hall master of the Broken Hall, a famous character in this universe, Shi Yan's position now was higher than his. Although their realms were different, as he was the bloodthirsty forces master, it was enough to make up for the gap. He thought that it was natural, but the others didn't think so. Wei Yun and Xing Shang, the two experts of the Broken Hall, heard him and their face became cold and harsh. Caesar was the hall master of the Broken Hall. Although he didn't involve himself in the matters of the organization, he was their pillar. He was respected more than his father that year. Even Xing Shang, the haughty member of the Broken Hall due to his powerful cousin, still had great respect for Caesar. It was because Caesar was at the immortal realm. In this vast sea of stars, there weren't many immortal realm experts. Thus, Caesar was the foundation and the pride of the Broken Hall. But in this place, an unknown young man had called their master by his real name without respect. He didn't put Caesar in his eyes. It made Wei Yun and Xing Shang feel insulted. It was an insult to the entire Broken Hall. Ban Yu of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce also had an awkward countenance. He had a gleam of irony in his eyes that he didn't want to conceal. Caesar, the hall master of the Broken Hall, was famous for his passion for practicing martial arts. His fame was well known around the universe. At the immortal realm, this powerful character didn't meet up with other people regularly. This unknown young man had said nonsense. Apparently, he didn't think that Caesar was a respectful senior. He didn't know the immensity of earth and heaven. Ban Yu had a conclusion for his assessment of Shi Yan. The name of our Broken Hall's master is something you can take in vain. If you are the president of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, the sect master of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, or the master of the Heaven River Temple, you can say his name. You're just a stinky kid. Do you think you're qualified to say his name? You know nothing. Well, then don't blame me for giving you a lesson on behalf of your seniors. Wei Yun snorted. He wanted to attack Shi Yan directly. Xing Shang sneered. Don't kill him. Just break his limbs. It's not good to overreact. Don't fight on my ships. Ban, you couldn't help but shout when he saw the situation accelerate. Take him out! Xing Shang was still wary of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. He nodded to Wei Yun and signaled him to give face to Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. They shouldn't create any unnecessary dispute. The warriors of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce around were frightened. Their line of sight shifted from the two experts of the Broken Hall to Shi Yan and then to Ban Yu. They were waiting for Ban Yu's instructions. Ban Yu didn't change his countenance. He tacitly allowed the Broken Hall to teach Shi Yan a lesson. It was because Ban Yu thought that Shi Yan shouldn't interfere with others' business and tear the veil on the girl's face. Also, he shouldn't offend Caesar. Ban Yu thought that it could be a good lesson, so Shi Yan could know how cruel this life was. He had considered Shi Yan a junior who had just come to experience life. He didn't know the dangers hidden in this sea of stars where there were some forces he shouldn't offend. "Teach me." Shi Yan grinned, his eyes cold and dark. He turned his head to look at the illusions of Wei Yun and Xing Shang in the layered space. His soul altar spun, and waves of energy rippled through his body, expanding in just a blink of an eye. When that happened, Wei Yun's and Xing Shang's reflections in those layers of space seemed to receive a new vitality. They became lively, wiggled out of their spaces, and stormed toward the real Wei Yun and Xing Shang. All of a sudden, the strange illusions in the mirrors had become demons that attempted to kill the true bodies. Wei Yun and Xing Shang were petrified. They screamed in fear, their minds shaken. Since the two of them had stayed in this fantasy zone for a long time, they knew how bizarre it was. They also knew that the Thousand Fantasy sect could use illusions to attack the enemies. Seeing their own illusions dashing towards them, they instinctively thought that the Thousand Fantasy sect's member was attacking them. While they were still panicked, Shi Yan squinted and the 5 starlight chains shot out of his eyes. They wound around Ouyang Lu Shuang quickly and directly pulled her into the cabin. Shi Yan then walked out of his cabin and sneered, "Teach me? Well, let alone you two. Even Caesar isn't qualified to do that." Chapter 1278, Teasing. Chapter 1278, Teasing _ As Xing Shan and Wei Yin were in the fantasy zone, this miraculous place had projected dozens of illusions from their real bodies. However, they were just illusions without the ability to attack. However, something strange happened. Dozens of their illusions suddenly became lively as if they had lives. Their vitality and power surged, breaking the mirrors to storm toward the real bodies and attack them. Xing Shan cultivated lightning and thunder power Upanishad, and Wei Yin cultivated a rare cloud power Upanishad. Xing Shan's soul moved, and his incipient extent arose with exploding lightning strikes. The commotions inside his incipient extent were earth-shaking. Several thousand lightning bolts, as big as massive snakes in Xing Shan's incipient extent, became real after he had poured his god power in them. They then congregated into a massive lightning river. Thunder reverberated and lightning flashed, sending dazzling sparks with destructive power. The lightning river had covered Xing Shan's illusions before they could reach him. Wei Yin made one hand seal. As soon as the hand seal appeared, dozens of thousands of the 5-colored clouds, including orange-red, black, blue, gray, and white, appeared. These bright clouds were like big balloons hovering around him. Each of the clouds had Wei Yun's power and his life seal. Dozens of Wei Yun's illusions were confined by his clusters of clouds, as if those clouds were really sticky. Xing Shan and Wei Yun were at incipient god realm with profound cultivation bases. When they saw the illusions change, they thought that the warriors of the Thousand Fantasy sect had attacked them. They immediately released the incipient extent to use the marvelous abilities of their power Upanishads to resist. They were afraid that they would fall into a disadvantaged situation. However, they had overestimated those illusions. Although they had urged the power of their incipient extent with special abilities, they eventually found that those illusions were actually illusions. The lightning river and the brilliant clouds had smashed the illusions directly and left nothing. Looking at the layered space out there, the illusions of their reflections appeared again, which weren't different from the previous ones. They felt defeated, as if they had just used all of their power to hit the void. The long lightning river and the 5-colored clusters of cloud were so intimidating above their heads. However, the 2 experts looked stiff, and they stood there bewilderedly. Ban Yu looked at Shi Yan and felt panicked. The warriors of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce around also looked at Shi Yan and laughed discreetly. They knew that Shi Yan was tricking the others because they had seen Shi Yan's awesome deed previously. Cough! Cough! Ban Yu gave a slight cough, frowning and his gaze raking through his staff. Wei Yun and Xing Shan were baffled. They glanced at Shi Yan and found something. There was no illusion of Shi Yan in that layered space. They immediately knew that Shi Yan had a special understanding of this fantasy zone and was able to use it to affect the illusions here. Eventually, Xing Shan and Wei Yun knew that those illusions looked intimidating, but they didn't have a bit of power. Shi Yan had teased them. Xing Shan and Wei Yun were enraged. They could see that Shi Yan was purposely teasing them. Too humiliating. Inside the room behind Shi Yan, Ouyang Luoshuang was surprised. Her white jade face was sparkling, her heart discreetly shocked. It had been so many years since she saw Shi Yan. This time it was just by chance. When she met Shi Yan, she found hope. However, when she found that Shi Yan had only incipient god realm, she had dismissed this hope. She knew that she couldn't get rid of it easily. Thus, when she looked at Shi Yan, she didn't have any begging thoughts reflected in her eyes. She didn't want Shi Yan to rescue her. It was because she thought that Shi Yan wasn't an equal match to Wei Yun and Xing Shan. If he tried to help her, he would be in big trouble. She didn't want him to get involved. However, after that, Shi Yan was haughty enough to call Caesar's name. He even said that he would talk to Caesar about this, and that even Caesar wasn't qualified to teach him. It had astounded Ouyang Luoshuang a lot. Just like Ban Yu, she thought that Shi Yan just talked nonsense. She knew how strong the Broken Hall was. She knew that the number of people who dared to offend the Broken Hall could be counted with the fingers of one hand. She also thought that Shi Yan was just stupidly arrogant. Right after that, Shi Yan had used the abilities of his space power Upanishad to tease Xing Shan and Wei Yun. The others had tried their best power to attack nothing, which made her feel both funny and panicked. She was afraid that Shi Yan couldn't bear the flame of rage from the other two. She became restlessly anxious, and now her worry became true. Xing Shan and Wei Yun had aimed their attacks at Shi Yan. The river, with lightning bolts and 5-colored clusters of clouds, fell from the sky under Xing Shan's and Wei Yun's control. They had thundering momentum that pressed down. It was over. Ouyang Luoshuang couldn't help but close her eyes and sigh. She felt a little shame as Shi Yan was in trouble because of her. She heard Ban Yu screaming in fear. She was surprised, her eyes wide open. A beautiful light bloomed in her pretty eyes. The long lightning river and countless clusters of clouds pressing down had disappeared strangely, as if they had disappeared into thin air altogether. Shi Yan disappeared with them too. Just like her, Xing Shan, Wei Yun, Ban Yu, and Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's warriors were astounded. They felt bewildered while they scanned around to find something instinctively. Ouyang Luoshuang wanted to know what had just happened. Why is that? Ban Yu muttered. He could see clearly that at the glimpse the lightning river and the brilliant clouds descended. Shi Yan, their target, suddenly grinned as his hands pulled something. Just pulling once, and something happened miraculously, as if he had changed the nature's rules. He could even condense or tear the void as he pleased. Ban Yu didn't understand space power Upanishad or what was mysterious about Shi Yan's pulling gesture, but he knew that Xing Shan's and Wei Yun's terrifying attacks had disappeared with that pull. It was like an invisible space had swallowed them directly and sealed them in an unknown space. and Shi Yan had disappeared altogether. Look! All of a sudden, a warrior of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce screamed, his shaking finger pointing in a direction. Everybody looked in that direction. It was an area in the layered space where there were 7 transport ships that held Banyu, Xingshan, Wei Yin, and everyone here. Besides them, there was 1 more person and 2 more wonders. Shi Yan was there standing on the ship as if he had never moved. The lightning river and countless 5-colored clusters of clouds halted above his head as if he had paused them all. In that area, they remained their same postures and were staying put. Only Shi Yan was grinning and walking towards them. Freaking weird. Everybody felt the hair rise on their napes. They were aghast as if they were encountering ghosts. They felt so insecure. Even Banyu, Xingshan, and Wei Yin weren't exceptions. Although they had the incipient god realm cultivation base, they didn't know what was going on here or how to cope with it. In their eyes, Shi Yan could confine the space, weave through layers of space, distort it, or make it disappear. He seemed to be able to do anything. In this fantasy zone, Shi Yan was terrifyingly mysterious. They felt that it would be tough to counter him. Xingshan and Wei Yin were baffled for seconds. Their faces darkened, and then they looked at Ouyang Luo Shuang in the cabin. They knew clearly that they were really here, and the space that had Shi Yan over there was just the reflection of their space. As long as they could still confine Ouyang Luo Shuang in the real world and deliver her to the fantasy star, their mission was complete. They would choose to forget this section of fighting Shi Yan in this fantasy zone. They would never mention it with anyone else. I told you, I will explain this to Caesar. However, Shi Yan's cold voice came from every direction as if there were dozens of Shi Yan shouting at the same time. Ban Yu's and Xingshan's eardrums were grumblingly shaken as if they heard sudden thunderclaps. Boom, boom, boom. Just like a broken mirror, many layers of space that normal people couldn't see shattered grumblingly. Billions of pieces of broken space shot out like flying sabers. In that glimpse of time, the fantasy zone seemed to become a meat grinder that could crush everything, including the bodies and the souls. Ban Yu discolored in fright and shouted ear-splittingly, "Don't! Our Tsunami Chamber of Commerce isn't involved in this." Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's warriors were frightened. They tried to ride their war chariots to dodge those shooting pieces. They were scared that those fatal things would destroy their souls. Xingshan and Wei Yin were the experts at incipient god realm, so they knew that the pieces of the shattered space were the sharpest things in this world. Seeing billions of fragments attacking, they exchanged looks and turned into a lightning bolt and a cluster of cloud running away in an unknown direction. They didn't care about Ouyang Luo Shuang, Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, or anyone else. They just wanted to save their lives. Ban Yu and the warriors of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce looked desperate when the billions of space fragments shot towards them. They regretted that they brought Shi Yan, an unknown warrior, to the fantasy zone on their ship. They understood that Shi Yan was an expert who had a profound cultivation base in space power Upanishad. This sort of warrior in the vast sea of stars were the most dangerous existences that people had to be cautious of when dealing with them. If those pieces of shattered space headed towards a fantasy star, they could even crush the entire planet. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce also had the staff cultivate space power Upanishad, so they knew how formidable it was when they used their ultimate power. They knew that the top warriors who cultivated space power Upanishad didn't need to spend a lot of efforts to destroy a whole life star. With only a thought, the entire world could vanish. It depended on their moods, though. When the countless space fragments were shooting toward them, Ban Yu's group closed their eyes and waited for their deaths. They sighed that they weren't lucky this time. They couldn't even have the thought of protesting. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The great massacre that should have happened didn't happen. Ban Yu opened his eyes, his stiff body shivering. By his side, Yan was standing quietly at his spot as if he had never moved an inch. The billions of shattered space pieces that were swarming toward them had disappeared into thin air. Somehow, it was just their hallucination that they had imagined out of nothingness. Ban Yu was bewildered for a while. Then he clasped his hand and tried to force a smile. "Buddy, don't tease us. I'm not young anymore. I can't handle it. Please, in the coming part of our journey, please make it smooth. Don't scare us more, okay?" "Well, let's see about how I feel." Yan smiled frankly. Chapter 1279 Primordial Spirit Lock. Chapter 1279 Primordial Spirit Lock. Yan and Ouyang Luo Shuang were staying in the cabin on the transport ship. They closed the door and denied talking to Banyu. After Banyu had seen Yan's spatial marvelous abilities, he knew that this young man could have extraordinary status and power. He then lifted up his cold appearance and tried to talk to him to form a relationship. Yan neglected him. Inside the room, the ceiling had precious gems and pearls that illuminated the space. Ouyang Luo Shuang had snow-white skin and was sitting silently. Her clear eyes looked at Yan. "Let me see if I can unchain you." Yan frowned. After he had finished, he didn't care if Ouyang Luo Shuang would protest. He directly grabbed her slender, jade-like hands. He didn't pay attention to Ouyang Luo Shuang's pretty eyes to see that she was frightened. Ouyang Luo Shuang's hands were beautiful. They were white and soft. Each of her fingers was like a scallion with skin so thin that he could even see the small veins under her skin. Then, a dark, bluish chain wound around her white wrists, locking her senses and her ability to talk and move. Yan held her ivory-like hands and focused. The starlight filled his eyes while he gathered his star energy and sent it through her hands toward the chains. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The lightning beams, winding around the chains, activated. They broke Yan's star energy into pieces in just a blink. Ouyang Luo Shuang's jade-like hands chilled instantly as if the cold energy had occupied them. The electrical beams shot through her veins. She couldn't help but quiver in pain. Yan discolored slightly. He hurried to retreat his star energy and her hands. The cold air emitted from Ouyang Luo Shuang's hands like a white mist. In the next moment, her hands regained her body temperature, while the electrical beams moving in her veins returned to the chains. Apparently, those chains weren't ordinary items. When someone touched them, they reacted terribly by hurting the one they shackled. It kept the rescuer from taking rash actions. Taking a deep breath, Yan pulled himself together. He didn't touch her hands anymore, a light sparkling in his pupils. A flow of robust soul energy flew out of his soul altar. Just like a wisp of smoke, it seeped into Ouyang Luo Shuang's body. Yan attempted to sense with his soul, first to see what strange things had happened to Ouyang Luo Shuang. Then he was going to decide what to do. His soul energy with the life power Upanishad like a warm sea covered Ouyang Luo Shuang. In the sea of life that he intended to create, Ouyang Luo Shuang's face glowed healthily as the pressure in her body was reduced and she felt more comfortable. Yan's soul consciousness seized the chance to enter her body and head to her soul altar. Suddenly, a struggling soul came from the chains on Ouyang Luo Shuang's hands. That soul was wiggling so hard that it activated the lightning power on the chains. Quickly, the lightning beams began to crawl on her hands and expand to her entire body. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The lightning bolts shot out and the burning smell filled the room. Yan discolored in fear. He hurried to retreat his wisp of soul consciousness. However, it was strange that as soon as his soul consciousness got out of Ouyang Luo Shuang's body, the power of the chains disappeared instantly. Ouyang Luo Shuang looked relaxed and tired. She quietly looked at Yan. her clear eyes showing her reluctant pain. "Hey, buddy, buddy." Ban Yu called him from the outside and said sincerely, "You shouldn't do anything rash or forced to break those chains. You will kill your friend altogether." Shi Yan's face became dark. He threw a look at the door, and the door sprang open. Ban Yu entered the room, his face stern. "I wanted to tell you about the chains, but you didn't give me a chance. I think you should allow me to talk about it now. Tell me, how do I break these chains?" Shi Yan sounded cold. "There's no way to break it," Ban Yu forced a smile. Seeing the malicious light sparkle in Shi Yan's pupils, he was frightened, so he hastened to add, "There is a key. Each primordial spirit lock has one key. You can use that special key to unlock it quickly." Primordial spirit lock? Shi Yan frowned. "What is this lock?" The primordial spirit lock is strange. It has the wisp of this lady's soul inside. It's fused with her soul. So if you break the chains, the wisp of her soul will be broken altogether. Then her soul will explode. The primordial spirit lock can confine the body, the god power, and mainly the soul. Did you find her soul struggling inside the chains when you intruded it right now? Said Ban Yu. Shi Yan nodded. It had happened exactly like what he described. When Shi Yan was about to enter Ouyang Luo Shuang's sea of consciousness, the lightning beams shot out from the chains together with her soul wiggling. Thus, he found that it wasn't right. He immediately left. Otherwise, Ouyang Luo Shuang's soul inside the chains would have burned down, which would also kill her host's soul. "How come you are so familiar with this kind of lock?" asked Shi Yan coldly. Ban Yu looked embarrassed as he spoke begrudgingly. "Because the blacksmith of our Tsunami Chamber of Commerce invented this primordial spirit lock. It's one of the most expensive items that Tsunami Chamber of Commerce sells. Each set of the primordial spirit lock has only one key. Without this key, if he forcefully unlocked the chain, the host soul of the victim will perish altogether. It isn't easy to get this primordial spirit lock. Each set of them is extremely expensive, so only the rich forces like the Broken Hall, the Thousand Fantasy Sect, or the Heaven River Temple could buy them. If they use this special lock to confine this lady, I think her identity isn't ordinary." Ban Yu's eyes sparkled. He studied Shi Yan to see his reaction. Shi Yan didn't fail him. His reaction was extreme. He cursed directly. "Your Tsunami Chamber of Commerce lacks morality. You guys are despicable indeed. The blacksmith who invented this primordial spirit lock shouldn't reproduce. If I meet this guy, I will confine him in the middle of the chaotic space and shatter that space. I will let him taste the feeling of his soul and body dividing into different spaces." Ban Yu paled instantly. Shi Yan's eyes were so cold. He looked at the man and grinned fiendishly. "Well, do you so happen to be that bastard?" "No, no, no." Ban Yu shook his head continuously. He was more panic-stricken as he gave a dry smile. I haven't reached such level in blacksmithing. If I was that excellent, I wouldn't be here now." Although the blacksmith who had invented the primordial spirit lock wasn't Ban Yu, he was a precursor in Ban Yu's family. It was that precursor's merit that allowed Ban Yu to join Tsunami Chamber of Commerce and become the captain of a transport fleet. Ban Yu mentioned this to increase his value. However, Shi Yan's reaction was extreme, so Ban Yu had to curse himself for his bad mouth. "Well, better that it's not you." Shi Yan gave a faint smile and then shouted, "There is no other solution besides using the key." No solution," Ban Yu shook his head. However, after a moment, he thought of something. "All right, there is a solution. I heard that an immortal realm expert can draw the soul out of the chain. Then he could use his supernatural power to break the chain." He looked at Shi Yan, bent his body slightly in pride. "With your position and status, I think it won't be difficult to find an immortal realm expert to help her, right?" Before Shi Yan had fought Wei Yun and Xing Shang, he used to boast arrogantly and didn't show respect to Caesar. At that time, Ban Yu thought that Shi Yan didn't know the immensity of this world. However, after the battle against Wei Yun and Xingshang, Ban Yu had to change his opinions about Shi Yan when he knew Shi Yan got the space power Upanishad. He began to doubt that Shi Yan perhaps held a noble status and that he might have been telling the truth that he was qualified to talk with Caesar. Thus, he had tried to create a good relationship with Shi Yan to know his real identity. If Shi Yan was that sort of character, he had to be servile to him for sure. Thus, he proactively lowered his status when talking to Shi Yan. Shi Yan looked at Ban Yu and sneered discreetly. He knew what this man had in his head. I don't know any immortal realm expert. Oh, so when you talked about Caesar, Ban Yu was baffled. Oh, well, you're pretty old, but you're still that innocent. Of course. I was trying to scare the two experts of the Broken Hall. Didn't you see that? Shi Yan sounded ironic. Ban Yu paled. He snorted, his eyes filled with disappointment. He walked out of the cabin directly. Since Ouyang Luo Shuang was chained by the primordial spirit lock, she couldn't move or talk. However, she could still hear and see them. Just like Ban Yu, she was now filled with disappointment. She had hoped that Shi Yan could know someone at the immortal realm that could help her unlock this primordial spirit lock. However, hearing what Shi Yan had just said, Ouyang Luo Shuang's hope vanished. She felt begrudgingly upset. What kind of look is that? Shi Yan snorted. He could see her disappointment. Don't worry. I will help you remove this primordial spirit lock thing. If I can't find an immortal realm expert, I can find the key, right? Why are you looking at me like I'm a hoax? Are you kidding me? Ouyang Luo Shuang sighed, but the disappointment in her eyes remained. She had heard from Xingshang and Wei Yin that Xingming kept the key of the primordial spirit lock on her wrists. As Xingming was at third sky of incipient god realm and kept the main power of the Broken Hall with only one person, it was like giving the sheep to the wolf's mouth when Shi Yan wanted to take the key from him. She didn't believe that Shi Yan could take the key from Xingming. She was so worried that she wanted to tell him not to do that. Unfortunately, she couldn't talk. Ouyang Luo Shuang's soul was also restricted, so she couldn't use her soul to communicate with Shi Yan. Shi Yan watched her for a while and then felt bored. He didn't want to talk to her anymore. Thus, he sat down next to her and sank in his thoughts. He had offended the Broken Hall before he arrived at the Fantasy Star. The purpose of this trip was to get the support of the leaders of the 1,000 Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple. But now it was more difficult. He had a headache as he was considering how to deal with the 3 powerful monsters at the Immortal Realm when he arrived at the Fantasy Star. Chapter 1280. Guard the tree stump and wait for the rabbit. Chapter 1280. Guard the tree stump and wait for the rabbit. Fantasy Star. In the middle of a lake inside a forest were some simple bamboo cottages. Early in the morning, the thick mist fumed from lake carried abundant spirit chi that made this place a wonderland from the fairy tales. Ling Xiang, Caesar, and Lorraine were staying on the islet in the middle of the lake. They were discussing the marvel of their powers, Upanishads, and the attainment they got after years of cultivating and comprehending the truth of natural power Upanishad. They hoped that they could gather more useful knowledge from the others to increase their realms. Now, they were learning from each other's opinions and trying to decode the secret of Bloodthirsty's remains. However, they failed every time. It wasn't an exception this time. They sat cross-legged inside the bamboo cottage and formed a triangle formation. 3 heavenly fragrant soul, soothing jade boxes lay open in front of them. However, Bloodthirsty's remains inside the boxes were invisible. Both the naked eye and the soul consciousness couldn't see it. Ling Xiang, Caesar, and Lorraine reached out their hands and touched the objects inside the boxes. They released their power at the same time, striking bones inside to see what they were hiding. However, an unknown force from the bones then counterattacked them and shook their minds hard. They had to retract their hands, their eyes tired. They shook their heads reluctantly. We haven't touched a bit of that marvelous energy. I wonder how he can comprehend it. Ling Xiang's finger quivered when he knocked at the lid of the box. After many years, I wonder if the God Lord has found anything. If someone besides Bloodthirsty could understand this power, it would be the God Lord only, I assume. Lorraine contemplated, her face heavy. After that battle, the God Lord was hurt severely. His body shattered, and his soul was damaged badly. He had to slowly and quietly recover. I don't think he has spent time to learn the mysterious power from Bloodthirsty's remains. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had 10,000 years of living in peace without worrying about keeping our star areas from being invaded, Caesar snorted. Ling Xiang and Lorraine nodded in agreement. They thought that whoever rumored that Caesar was just a nerd who was so passionate about learning martial arts and didn't know how to treat and manage his organization was a liar. He did have keen eyes and a thorough thought process. With the God Lord's tyrannical bearings that year, if his realm and power hadn't been affected after that battle, he would have subdued all the forces of the 1,000 Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, and Heaven River Temple, and quickly make them the God Clan's dependent territories. It was because he didn't have any solution to do that. The Bloodthirsty's cortege of 8 hadn't all fallen, so the 4 great heavenly kings still had the pressure. Thus, even though the God Clan had ruled the cosmos for 10,000 years, they knew that they should behave. They didn't explicitly invade the forces that could be a threat to them like Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, Imperial Dark Tribe, the 1,000 Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, or Heaven River Temple. I heard from Tsunami Chamber of Commerce that Ming Hao, Xian He, and Frederick notified them that they have acknowledged that kid's master position. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce announced that he would go to the Fantasy Star to meet S3 to discuss the alliance to be formed. What do you think about it? Said Lorraine, the master of Heaven River Temple. Ling Xiang is already prepared, Caesar squinted. Lorraine turned to Ling Xiang. What did Tsunami Chamber of Commerce say? He's enthroned. According to our agreement, we will follow it. We will fight with them shoulder by shoulder. We will give the newly elected master face. Otherwise, Ming Hao, Xian He, and Frederick would blame us for not knowing how to behave. Ling Xiang's eyes were cunning as he said naturally, Of course, we have to make them fight against the God Clan. And just like the time we had helped the God Clan that year, we will support them. However, we're smarter this time. We won't invest a lot of forces in this. Caesar and Lorraine nodded at the same time. Ling Xiang looked at the 3 boxes in front of them and said, we haven't figured out the power of these things. We should give them to him as proof of our sincere participation. It's best that they decode the secret of this power. Perhaps we can receive benefits from it too. Agreed. Agreed. Lorraine and Caesar agreed with him. Deep inside the blue clouds of the Fantasy Star was a hovering group of several warriors. In front of them was the area of the Fantasy Zone with countless illusions of the Fantasy Star underneath. A girl in the light green dress was hovering in the front. Her phoenix eyes were filled with murderous intent as she was waiting for something. Don't worry, Miss Xingying. Our 1,000 Fantasy Sect has sent people to pick them up. I think they will arrive soon, said an elegantly handsome young man. However, his hot eyes were deliberately scanning her slender back and ample rear end. He swallowed his saliva, his eyes lustful. Thinking about her wild and wanton characters last night, he couldn't control the heat in his body. He hated that he couldn't rip the dress off her body and put his body against hers one more time. How Feng Deji, is there a problem? Xing Ying turned her head to look at him. The cold countenance vanished from her face. She smiled as bright as a flower and spoke softly. Some warriors of the Broken Hall got used to her ability to swiftly change her countenances. They didn't find it weird, though. I'm sure there's no problem. I've arranged it myself. I asked Banyu of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce to pick them up on his way here. I think they won't have some new trouble. Don't worry. I've arranged for them. I've sent the Fantasy Butterfly Troupe to get them. They should be here soon, confirmed the young man of the Thousand Fantasy Sect. How Feng Deji? You're so powerful. Xingying threw him a charming look. Hao Feng laughed lustfully. His bright eyes gazed at her heavy breasts. Xingying was Xingming's daughter. Among the three forces, including the Thousand Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall and Heaven River Temple, Xingying, Guling, and Cecilia were the famous flowers that many handsome and talented young men yearned for. Different from Guling and Cecilia, who kept their dignity, Xingying was famous as a promiscuous girl. She had love affairs with many young, handsome, and talented men of the three forces. The young men of the three forces thought that it was their glory to have transient relationships with Xingying. However, not any young man could do that. Only the young, handsome men with profound realms of the three forces could have a chance to observe her glamour. Hao Feng had craved for Xingying's body for years. This time, Xingying had come to the Fantasy Star and requested him by chance. Finally, he had the chance to taste her. Even now, he still recalled their romantic moment. While Hao Feng was still sinking in the sweet moment he had experienced last night, some beautiful, bright-colored butterflies appeared in their sights. They were as big as war chariots, but they were more elegant and tender. The warriors of the Thousand Fantasy Sect were riding them. Surprisingly, Xing Shan and Wei Yin were sitting on one of those butterflies. Earlier, Xingying and Wei Yin had to run away helter-skelter to dodge billions of space fragments that Shurian had struck. Then, they contacted Xingying to tell her their situation. Hao Feng had arranged the Fantasy Butterfly Troupe to pick them up. They had arrived at the Fantasy Star before Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's ships. According to the report of the Fantasy Butterfly Troupe, they knew that those billions of space fragments were just illusions because the Fantasy Butterfly's troops had told them that Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's ships were still heading to the Fantasy Star without a small scratch. Knowing this, Xing Shan and Wei Yin were so bitter. They clenched their jaws along the way here and thought about how to take revenge. Especially, they had ditched Ouyang Luoshuang. Xingming had asked for this girl. They had messed up his business now. It made them tenser. "Uncle!" Xingying lifted her head to look at Xing Shan and Wei Yin riding the butterfly. She mocked and didn't try to be polite. "Well, I heard that you found me another stepmother. Where is she? You've lost her even if she's chained by the primordial spirit lock? You're really good. You even asked me to send someone to pick you up. Well, you have my respect." Xing Shan grimaced. He knew how fierce this niece of his could be. Although he was sullen, he didn't dare to retort. "You tell me what happened." Xingying snorted and turned to Wei Yin as she saw Xing Shan stay silent. Wei Yin stooped and forced a smile. He didn't dare to conceal and told her the situation. "We don't know that kid, but we're sure he isn't from Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. As Tsunami Chamber of Commerce has violated the agreement by bringing some stranger here and with a long-term partner of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, we wanted to ask Tsunami Chamber of Commerce on behalf of the Thousand Fantasy Sect. We didn't think that we would create such a commotion." "What did you say? He didn't respect our hall master, and he wanted to speak to him directly?" Xingying shrieked as she heard half of the story. Her phoenix eyes were filled with rage. "What is he? He dared to call our hall master's name? Wanton." "We thought so." Wei Yin nodded and spoke faster. "Oh, well, you guys are really excellent." Xingying clapped her hands and coldly spoke to the other two. Two experts at the incipient god realm were teased by a kid. "You've made our broken hall proud. I do admire you too." Xing Shan and Wei Yin discolored. They felt bitter, but they could only lower their head to listen to her. Xingying looked at them for a while and then snorted. Then she changed her visage and turned to the young man next to her with a bright smile. She asked softly, "How Feng Deji? When will Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's ships arrive?" "Very soon," frowned Hao Feng. From what Xing Shan and Wei Yin had told them, he knew that Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had violated their agreement by bringing some stranger to the adjacent area of the Fantasy Star. Patrolling the peripheral areas of the Fantasy Star was his family's duty. Hao Feng was alarmed. He became more cautious. "Are you sure he's not from Tsunami Chamber of Commerce?" he asked Wei Yin. "Ban, you confirmed this. He told us that the young man isn't from Tsunami Chamber of Commerce." "We're sure," said Wei Yin. Hao Feng nodded, threw Xing a look and smiled. "Miss Ing, you and I will wait here. We'll wait for Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's ships. If it's true, you can take the woman chained by the primordial spirit lock. We want to capture that stranger to interrogate him. After that, Miss Ing can do anything you want of him. What do you think about this?" Xing Ying smiled brightly and threw him a lustful glance. "I listen to you, Hao Feng Dage." Hao Feng smiled. His eyes were seductive and his stance out of the ordinary. Dash. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's merchant ship. Ban Yu wore a cold face and walked to the closed cabin. He pondered for a while and then snorted coldly. "We're about to get to the Fantasy Star. You should prepare. The broken hull will not let you go easily. You'd better leave early." He did mention that Hao Feng had called him to pry on Shi Yan's identity. Since Shi Yan was here under the arrangement of Cold Iron City's manager, the manager Ban Yu had always respected, he knew his limit and he would never disclose the information. However, he didn't alarm Shi Yan that the warriors of the Broken Hull and 1,000 Fantasy Sect were waiting for him outside the Fantasy Star. They were guarding the tree stump and waiting for this rabbit. "I won't bother you. When we get there, I will leave quickly." Ban Yu rubbed his nose and sneered coldly. He wanted to see if this young man could act casually when they got there. He had to stay under pressure from the 1,000 Fantasy Sect and the Broken Hull. Shi Yan opened his eyes to see Ouyang Luo Shuang with her clear eyes sitting next to him inside the closed cabin. Ouyang Luo Shuang was looking at him quietly too. During this time, they often looked at each other like that and vaguely found something in each other's eyes. Strangely, they could subtly understand each other that way. Chapter 1281, Posturing? Chapter 1281, Posturing. Anusur. After many years of being away from each other, Ouyang Luo Shuang now had flawless, holy makings. It was because of her cultivating Moonlight Power Upanishad for a long time. Ouyang Luo Shuang used to be a cold and aloof woman. She was so distant to other people. However, after she got this pure, holy aura, she had become even more attractive. Perhaps it was her exquisite appearance and flawless makings that got her captured. To many men, those features of her were like a poison that they couldn't resist. To approach Shi Yan, Ban Yu had told him that Xing Ming had been a widower for many years. He was the sort of man who abandoned all kinds of restraint as he got the power from the Broken Hall. He often kidnapped beautiful women from different clans to enjoy. Recently, as his hope to break to the immortal realm was gone, his attention shifted to other things. He began to enjoy his life. Ban Yu had guessed that Xing Ming had laid his eyes on Ouyang Luo Shuang and plotted against her so Xing Shan and Wei Yin could kidnap her. Shi Yan nodded in agreement with him as he could still recognize Ouyang Luo Shuang's special makings even though she was chained. After a while, Shi Yan pondered and then pointed at her white forehead. A beam of starlight radiated. Before the primordial spirit lock could react, he had retreated his energy. Shi Yan's eyes were strange when he frowned and thought quietly. The holy, flawless aura from Ouyang Luo Shuang was somehow familiar to him. It felt like he knew someone else with the same aura. He pulled himself together to search through his brain. After a while, he became bewildered, his face astounded. He understood it. When he was on Desolate, he had entered the strange lake and visited the incipient extent of the god clan's precursor, where there were moons, suns, and stars with a holy aura that he had sometimes found on Hague when he used the light power Upanishad. Rubbing his chin and looking at Ouyang Luo Shuang, Shuryan sank in his thoughts. Tracing back to the origins of the moon, sun, and star power of the three-god sect, Shuryan knew it was from the god clan, which were the other derivatives of the light power Upanishad. Being the moon god of the three-god sect for many years, Ouyang Luo Shuang had cultivated the moonlight power Upanishad. At the same time, she used to fuse with a cold, in incipient extent on Grace mainland. After she had entered the universe, her realm had become more exquisite. She would have new good encounters and understanding of her powers. As her power and realm had increased, her power Upanishad had the tendency to return to its original appearance. Sure, Yin guessed that the holy aura she got now appeared as her realm had reached a specific height. Her power Upanishad had slowly returned to its original status, which reflected the power of the light Upanishad. Of course, it was just his personal assumption. It could be possible that Ouyang Luo Shuang had different encounters that led to the change of her power Upanishad and helped her approach the essence of the light power Upanishad. We're about to reach the fantasy star. After we get there, I'll find the primordial spirit lock's key for you. Don't worry, I'll free you. I won't let them imprison you forever, said Shuryan. Ouyang Luo Shuang looked at him quietly. He could see the reluctance in her eyes, as if she didn't want him to go to the fantasy star to get himself killed with her. Ban, you looked at the fantasy star that was getting clearer in his sight, his face stern. The peripheral areas of the fantasy star had many fulgent, white light rings. They were the energy rivers with terrifying barriers that the fantasy star used to prevent the battleships from approaching. The Thousand Fantasy sect seldom depended on material wealth. It was the principle that Ling Xiang had set up. Although the fantasy star was the main planet of the Thousand Fantasy sect, there weren't many battleships or war chariots patrolling around it. The Thousand Fantasy sect favored the fantasy animals living in the fantasy zone. They used them as their traffic vehicles. The fantasy butterfly was a popular vehicle that was famous for its swift and agile characteristics. Many fantasy butterflies were moving around those white light rings. Each fantasy butterfly was as big as a war chariot and carried the Thousand Fantasy sect's warriors. In the past, the transport ships had to wait by the light rings. The Thousand Fantasy sect's warriors rode their fantasy animals to transport the materials they had bought from Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. However, it was different today. The warriors of the Thousand Fantasy sect didn't hover by the area that they usually were near. As soon as they saw the merchant ships, they scattered and surrounded the ships. Sir, the Thousand Fantasy sect is circling us. What should we do? A warrior of Chamber of Commerce darkened his face, the flame of anger appearing in his eyes. Ban Yu also snorted. He wasn't wary of the others because Tsunami Chamber of Commerce had the foundation and confidence to deal with the Thousand Fantasy sect. Keep moving forward. Just let them circle us. Even if they have more guts, they won't dare to attack us. He turned around to see, as he knew, that the fantasy butterflies of the Thousand Fantasy sect had come for the mysterious young man in the cabin. He knew that because he saw Xing Shan and Wei Yin riding the butterflies too. The warriors of Chamber of Commerce frowned and threw looks over their shoulders. They knew why the Thousand Fantasy sect came. They thought that no matter what kind of identity or echelon Shuryan had, he should leave the ship quickly. If he wanted to come to the fantasy star, he should leave the ship and enter the planet quietly from another location. Because Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's ships had a fixed route and unloading location, it was going to be pretty simple for the others to find him. For example, if he wanted to leave now, it would be too difficult already. I'm Captain Feng, How of the Fantasy Butterfly Troop of the Thousand Fantasy sect. Friends from Chamber of Commerce. Please stop your ships. Hao Feng's voice arose loudly. He looked at Ban Yu in the distance and nodded to greet him. Ban Yu frowned and snorted coldly. We've not reached our destination yet. Keep moving forward. The warriors on the transport ships continued to move despite Hao Feng's request. Although the fantasy butterflies were hissing sharply, Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's ships forcefully thrust through their circle and kept moving forward to the fantasy star. They stopped when they reached the white light ring. This area was the place they usually anchored their ships. Hao Feng had forced them to stop earlier because he didn't want them to stay close to the fantasy star. Otherwise, when they created big commotions, they could alert the experts on the fantasy star, which would affect Hao Feng's promise to Xingying. Ban, you didn't give him face. Hao Feng wore a cold and sinister face, but he didn't dare to attack Ban Yu. He continued to shout and make his butterflies maneuver and surround the 7 ships of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce once again. Then he flew out of his butterfly and landed skillfully on Ban Yu's merchant ship. His line of sight fell directly on the closed cabin. At the same time, Xingying had brought Xingshan and Wei Yin with about 10 ethereal god realm warriors of the Broken Hull to Ban Yu's ship. I heard that you violated the agreement. You brought a stranger on your ship to the fantasy star. Do you know what the consequences are? Hao Feng sneered. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's credit is what people have talked about the most in this vast universe. It's the reason why people trust you. You've proactively torn our agreement. I wonder how you will explain to the others. Xingying's phoenix eyes had a sinister light, her face caustic and mean. She had a cold and malicious aura of a serpent living in a dark and humid cave. Ban Yu was discontent with Shi Yan, but he also hated Hao Feng and Xingying. He snorted and then said, Our Cold Iron City's manager has ordered this. I can't handle this situation. If you have doubts, go talk to your superior to talk to our city manager. I'm doing my job to bring him here. He didn't want to give them face. It seems that Tsunami Chamber of Commerce has become arrogant. You think you can force people to buy your products. I'm going to tell my dad. Let's see how your manager explains. Xingying's eyes were dark. Well, as you wish, Ban Yu shrugged. He didn't even want to see her. He turned to the closed cabin, pondered, and then said, As per our city manager's request, I only bring you to this area. We're not going to get involved in your business later. As he said that, Hao Feng, Xingying, Xingshan, and Wei Yin were surprised a lot. As they saw that Ban Yu was being bold, they thought that Ban Yu wanted to protect Shi Yan. Anyway, Ban Yu was part of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's staff. If he wanted to protect Shi Yan, and it was what the superiors of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce wanted to do, it was going to be a big headache for them. They didn't expect that after being bold, Ban Yu would deny his relationship with Shi Yan. This sudden change had surprised them a lot. They felt that it inexplicable as they couldn't figure out what kind of relationship was between Ban Yu and Shi Yan. Hey friend, you still want to hide? It's time to meet up, isn't it? Hao Feng was bewildered for a moment, and then he reacted. Hao Feng could tell that if Ban Yu had proactively erased their relationship, this young man had no relationship to the Chamber of Commerce. Without Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's trouble, the area surrounding the Fantasy Star was Hao Feng's territory. What kind of game could Shi Yan play here? He could rub or pinch the other as much as he pleased then. Hao Feng became excited discreetly. He wanted to capture Shi Yan to interrogate him and hand him over to Xingying. After that, he could have another chance to enjoy Xingying's wild and passionate taste. Thinking about the marvelous romance awaiting him, Hao Feng's desire appeared in his eyes. He couldn't wait for more. Well, so you guys are the ones that the 1,000 Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, and Heaven River Temple have sent here to welcome me. Shi Yan's cold and bold voice came from the closed room. Then the door opened. Shi Yan's brawny body, like an imposing mountain, appeared on the stone bed in the room. Xingying's and Hao Feng's eyes brightened. Xing Ying looked at Shi Yan while Hao Feng eyed Ouyang Luoshuang. Their eyes sparkled with magical light as they were so amazed. In Xing Ying's eyes, Shi Yan, with his hunky body, cold and tyrannical bearings, was the best of men. He looked way manlier than any young and handsome man she used to sleep with. Her heart suddenly felt itchy, and she couldn't hold it down. At the same time, Ouyang Luoshuang, without her veil and with her exquisite face, her holy, flawless aura had attracted Hao Feng deeply. This pair of adulterers had eyed Shi Yan and Ouyang Luoshuang right after the door opened, and they couldn't get their eyes off the other two. They had almost forgotten the reason why they came here. While they were still baffled, Shi Yan strode out of the room and said coldly, even if Ling Xiang, Caesar, and Lorraine didn't come to welcome me personally, they should let Gulian, Xingming, or Lena come here. Well, the 1,000 Fantasy Sect, the Broken Hall, and the Heaven River Temple don't have the right manners. They let some juniors come to welcome me. I want to hear Ling Xiang, Caesar, and Lorraine's explanation then. Chapter 1282, Overbearing. Chapter 1282, Overbearing. Listening to him, Xing Ying and Hao Feng pulled themselves together, their eyes so strange. Ban Yu snorted and sneered inwardly. Well, just continue to posture. Let's see how long you can pretend. Ouyang Luoshuang sighed and forced a smile. Her bright eyes looked reluctant as she thought. So you think you can scare everybody? You've deceived Xingshang and Wei Yun once. Do you think you can trick them one more time? The warriors of the Broken Hall and 1,000 Fantasy Sect wore cold faces and looked at him, their murderous aura shooting into the air. Who keeps the key of the primordial spirit lock? Sure, Yan walked out of the room, looking at Xingshang and talking arrogantly. She and I have a deep relationship. Give me the key. I'll talk to Caesar about this myself. Xingshang's face grimaced. He couldn't hold it anymore, and he shouted, Shut up! Don't fight on my ship, Benyu intervened and frowned. If you damage our ships, you have to compensate. If you want to fight, please choose another area. The 1,000 Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, and Heaven River Temple have invited me here. Is this how you treat the distinguished guest? Shi Yan snorted and said coldly, All right, it seems like I need to find your superiors on the fantasy, start to talk about this. He extended one hand to grab Ouyang Luoshuang's sleeve to avoid physical contact with her that would activate the primordial spirit lock. He held her sleeve and dragged her out of Ban Yu's merchant ship as if he didn't see the warriors of the 1,000 Fantasy Sect and Broken Hall around watching him. He wanted to head to the Fantasy Star directly. Xingshang and Wei Yun moved and stood in his way. At the same time, Xing Ying and Hao Feng had signaled the warriors of the 1,000 Fantasy Sect and the Broken Hall to ride the fantasy butterflies to block his way. Sir, the warrior on Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's ship couldn't help but ask their captain. Ban Yu shook his head, implying that they shouldn't interfere with their business. We're responsible for transporting the materials that the 1,000 Fantasy Sect ordered. We shouldn't care about the other stuff. Just stand and watch them. His warriors stood silently, their heads stooped. The 1,000 Fantasy Sect wanted to capture Shi Yan first and receive the materials from the transport ships later. Thus, Ban Yu's team didn't dare to leave. They had to wait until this event finished. Ban Yu and Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's warriors looked at Shi Yan, who was surrounded. They had to stay alert to see how the situation would develop. Shi Yan was still flying like a dumb fool who wasn't afraid of the power of the 1,000 Fantasy Sect and the Broken Hall. Xingshang smiled darkly. He opened his mouth and spurted out a blue lightning ball. This lightning ball was created from billions of lightning bolts. The sharp electrical beams sizzled with Xingshang's pure soul consciousness. The lightning ball was massive with domineering power, and it was aimed at Shi Yan's chest. I want him alive. Xing Ying suddenly smiled, her lusty eyes watery and her mouth parting erotically. Xing Shang's face stiffened as he cursed his slutty niece under his breath. He had to change his attack midway. The massive lightning ball then turned into a thick mesh lightning net that stretched toward Shi Yan and attempted to capture him. He knew that his niece and his cousin Xingming had the same character. They were really into the stuff between a man and a woman. As he had made mistakes this time, he didn't dare to offend Xingming. He could only follow her order and fulfill her wish. He had to capture Shi Yan so his niece could have fun with this hunky man. Xing Shang felt so bitter and worried. At first, he had followed Xingming's order to kidnap Ouyang Luoshuang, and right now, he had to serve Xingming and capture Shi Yan. It made the second sky of incipient God Realm expert, the #1 character in the Broken Hall like him, feel so resentful that he wanted to vomit blood. But he had to do that. It's your Broken Hall who started to attack me first. Later on, when Caesar comes, don't blame me for having no mercy, Shi Yan suddenly sneered. Ban Yu looked further ahead and shook his head with a dark face. He thought that this man was about to die, but he was still talking boastfully. Did he really think that he could create an imaginary relationship with Caesar with some sentences to scare Xing Shang of the Broken Hall? He doesn't want to live anymore. Ouyang Luoshuang had the same thought. She had soon recognized that Shi Yan had only first sky of incipient God Realm cultivation base, 1 level lower than Xing Shang. She also knew that Xing Shang wasn't weak. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been captured. Thus, she became more desperate as she thought that Shi Yan had just been posturing. While the people here were cold and indifferent and waiting to see Shi Yan embarrass himself, Shi Yan took action. He rose one arm and grabbed Xing Shang's neck, despite the space and distance between them, as if he didn't see the lightning net snatching over him. The strange situation happened abruptly. It was obvious that his arm was too far away from Xing Shang. However, as soon as he rose his arm, the space between him and Xing Shang shortened instantly. After just a blink of an eye, people found that it looked like Xing Shang was too puzzled. It seemed like he proactively craned his neck so Shi Yan could grab him. It was so bizarre. Layers of space energy waves emerged at Shi Yan's fingertips that helped him close the distance and grip Xing Shang's neck before his lightning net reached Shi Yan. MMM. Quickly, Xing Ying's face reddened, his eyes bulging, and his face extremely panic-stricken. The lightning net that was about to snatch over him was erased by Xing Shang himself when Shi Yan's eye met his. In that short moment, the vicious Xing Shang, the second sky of incipient God Realm, had his neck grabbed by a young man that had forced him to cancel his attack. Ban Yu, Xingming, Hao Feng, and Ouyang Luoshuang were amazed. They thought that it was so unreal. It was as if they saw a ghost in daylight. The warriors of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce rubbed their eyes instinctively. They thought that they were dizzy. However, the scene didn't change afterward. Shi Yan was grabbing Xing Shang by his neck. Xing Shang looked so frightened as he tried to pull Shi Yan's hand to get rid of his strangler. But he couldn't do that. Xing Shang's legs were wiggling like a pig lifted to the air, waiting to be slaughtered. He looked so helter-skelter. He was so embarrassed. However, Xing Shang didn't have any extra bit of effort to think about his reputation. He was filled with fear. Because all of his powers, including the qi of his blood body, his soul energy, and his god power, were being drained little by little from the moment Shi Yan had grabbed his neck. It was some sort of unrecoverable outflow. He understood clearly, and fear crept over him. This feeling of his energy being drained weakened him slowly and made him edgy. He was about to collapse. He knew how strenuous it was for him to reach his realm and cultivation base today. He had let others humiliate him to receive the precious cultivating materials from Xingming. He had to kidnap beautiful women for Xingming. He had even acted servilely to his niece, Xingming. To be strong, he had to struggle a lot. He was so wary of the time without power. He knew that once his realm was reduced, he wouldn't be able to keep the position in the broken hall, even if Xingming took care of him. He was so afraid. He was afraid that this vision would happen. With power, he had taken steps to come to this day. He understood better than anyone else that without the intimidating power to survive, he was nothing. You keep the key of the primordial spirit lock. Sure, Yen gazed at Xingshang and asked indifferently, as if he didn't recognize Xingshang's fear or the shock on the others' faces. Xingshang choked painfully, his face so red that it looked like it could bleed in any minute. He shook his head and struggled continuously. He had tried to let his soul alter fly out of his body. However, as soon as his soul moved, it was struck. Countless flows of sinister, desperate souls invaded his soul instantaneously. He was so scared as if he was about to be buried. He hastened to stop his deed. So you keep it. Shi Yan was surprised. He turned to ask Wei Yin. Wei Yin shook his head, his face panic-stricken. No, I don't have it. Really, I don't have it. Buddy, you dare to attack the others in our 1,000 fantasy sects territory. You didn't care about our 1,000 fantasy sects reputation. Don't blame us for not showing mercy. While Hao Feng was talking, he retreated and gave the signal to an incipient god realm of the 1,000 fantasy sect on his side. The man became stern as he said, Your space power Upanishad is really excellent. Little friend, you must be the mysterious expert of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. Only the strong forces like Tsunami Chamber of Commerce could have elite experts with space power Upanishad. Please give the 1,000 fantasy sect face once. Release Xingshang. Our 1,000 fantasy sect will solve this seriously. Sir, is he one of us? The warriors of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce couldn't help but look at Ban Yu. Ban Yu frowned, his face astounded. He wasn't so sure about this. In this vast sea of stars, most of the warriors with profound space power Upanishad had been recruited by Tsunami Chamber of Commerce. Although Shi Yan didn't admit that he was a member of Chamber of Commerce, come to think about it, Ban Yu had received the order from Cold Iron City's manager to deliver Shi Yan to the Fantasy Star. Also, he was pretty young with a high attainment of space power Upanishad. These signs showed that Shi Yan could become a real member of the Chamber of Commerce. Ban Yu tried to know Shi Yan's real identity. All of a sudden, he remembered one expert, and his face changed immediately. Are you Sir DeCarlo's son? Ban Yu suddenly shouted. He was startled, and he spoke resolutely. Oh, right. Sir DeCarlos is the important consecrator of the Chamber of Commerce. He has built so many marvelous space teleport formations. He said that he wanted to train his children, so he has left the position for several years recently. Is it true that he's done his best to train you? While he was talking about DeCarlos, his face was so respectful as he thought it was true. DeCarlos was a special expert in Tsunami Chamber of Commerce that even the president had to respect him a lot. In the cosmos, his reputation was well spread. He was best known as the expert with the first space power Upanishad. DeCarlos had built many complex teleport formations on the Tsunami Star. Ban Yu thought that if Shi Yan was one of DeCarlos' children, he wouldn't need to be afraid of the 1,000 fantasy sect or the Broken Hall. It was because DeCarlos had befriended with Bloodthirsty. At the same time, DeCarlos had helped Imperial Dark Tribe and Heavenly Monster Tribe to build the space teleport formations. He was a sage with supernatural powers and an extraordinary position in this vast universe. Hearing Ban Yu shout, Hao Feng, an incipient god realm expert of the 1,000 fantasy sect together with Xing Ying and her Broken Hall's warriors had to change their visages. When they looked at Shi Yan once again, their faces were strange, as if they were really afraid of DeCarlos. They felt as if their hands were tied. Sir DeCarlos is the important consecrator of our Chamber of Commerce. Although he doesn't admit that he's our member, we always consider him as one of us. Of course, his family members are our Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's members too. You guys, you know what to do now, right? Ban Yu suddenly hissed. Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's warriors shouted to reply to him. They rode the war chariots, flew out, and prepared to engage in this battle. Chapter 1283, My Woman. Chapter 1283, My Woman. The participation of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's warriors had troubled the warriors of the Thousand Fantasy Sect and the Broken Hall more. They felt that their hands tied upon seeing Shi Yan, keeping Xingshang as the hostage. Ban Yu had confirmed that Shi Yan was the descendant of De Carlos, which had made his identity heavier. De Carlos had a good relationship with Bloodthirsty, Dark Imperial Tribe, and Heavenly Monster Tribe. It meant that the Thousand Fantasy Sect and the Broken Hall couldn't offend him. Xingshang was captured. What should they do? Xingying and Hao Feng felt terrible headaches. Shi Yan was so surprised. He had never heard about the expert called De Carlos. He was bewildered when Ban Yu sounded so sure that he was De Carlos' descendant. However, he didn't try to make it clear. He maintained his grip on Xingshang and spoke coldly. Give me the key of the primordial spirit lock if you want him back. As Ouyang Luo Shuang's sleeve was chained with a tender starlight, she stood upright by Shi Yan. Although she couldn't move or talk, her pure, elegant makings were so attractive. Her clear eyes were so mesmerizing that they rippled with beautiful lights. She was also frightened. In the past years, she had been wandering around the vast universe alone. She had a better knowledge. She knew the name of this first consecrator of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce, De Carlos. She knew that he was a master of space power Upanishad. It could be said that his attainment in understanding space power Upanishad was the best in this cosmos. Shi Yan was De Carlos' child. Ouyang Luo Shuang was astounded, but she was more skeptical because she knew that Shi Yan was from Grace Mainland, and when she was in their homeland, she had never heard about the name De Carlos. She checked his expression and found that he was also surprised. Ouyang Luo Shuang understood it immediately. Ban Yu had misunderstood and Shi Yan was just posturing. She didn't know whether to cry or smile. However, hope rose in her heart. She knew the truth, but the Thousand Fantasy Sect and the Broken Hall didn't. Neither did Ban Yu. With De Carlos' reputation and Xingshang under hostage, she might have a chance to be rescued. We don't have the key to the primordial spirit lock. We can't give it to you. Xingying was struck. She pondered and then said mildly, How about this? We're going to the Fantasy Star first. I will find my father to get the key and give it to you. Can you give me more time? Shi Yan shrugged and spoke casually, maybe. Then he used the star energy to bring Ouyang Luo Shuang with him, while his other hand still held onto Xingshang. He began to fly towards the Fantasy Star's territory. Currently, Xingshang's face was grimaced and as purple as pig liver. He continuously blinked at Xingying in the hope that Xingying would help him or rescue him. Xingying acted as if she didn't see his signals. Since Ban Yu had confirmed Shi Yan's identity as the later generation of De Carlos, Hao Feng and the Thousand Fantasy Sect's warriors didn't dare to act rashly. They kept silent and indifferent. He's the descendant of an important consecrator in our Chamber of Commerce. We shouldn't enter the Fantasy Star, but I'm afraid it will be an exception this time. After we make it clear, we will leave. Ban Yu sounded bold. He signaled the warriors of Tsunami Chamber of Commerce on the war chariots to follow Shi Yan to the Fantasy Star. Wait a minute. It's an important matter. I have to report it first. The incipient God Realm expert of the Thousand Fantasy Sect accompanying Hao Feng finally recognized that something was wrong. He didn't want to let Hao Feng act on his own. He had to take it seriously, as it was his responsibility to patrol the outer layer of the Fantasy Star. Sure, Ban Yu nodded. Everybody turned to Shi Yan. Shi Yan grinned and then turned his grin into a strange, bright smile. You'd better report it to Ling Xiang directly. Otherwise, it will be hard to solve then. The expert changed his face in fear. He found that it had become even more strange. Instinctively, he thought that something was so wrong. Shi Yan was too calm. When the 1,000 fantasy sect and Broken Hall surrounded him and threatened him, he didn't look scared or panicked at all. His calmness was odd to them. From their experiences, this kind of performance belonged to two kinds of people, the pathetic and dumb and those with strong backgrounds. This expert could see that Shi Yan wasn't stupid at all. Thus, there was only one possibility now. He wasn't afraid of anyone from the 1,000 fantasy sect or the Broken Hall. This conclusion had scared the expert. He originally thought that he should contact Hao Feng's superior, but now he changed his mind. He decided to report directly to the sect master. Please wait up here. His attitude became more respectful. He bent his body slightly and then turned around to get some distance from Shi Yan before using his secret method of contacting Ling Xiang. Hao Feng, Xing and Ban Yu looked shocked as they couldn't comprehend what was happening, especially Hao Feng. He knew this expert held a high position in the 1,000 fantasy sect. Unless he was meeting his peers like Lina and Xingming, he wasn't so cautious or respectful. As he treated Shi Yan this way, it spoke of the fact that he had considered Shi Yan's position like Lina or Xingming. Hao Feng was scared. He regretted his rash acts as he knew he had stepped on needles this time. Xingying's beautiful face was uncertain. She coldly snarled and glared at Wei Yin. You guys have done good things this time. Ban, you looked relaxed and waited. When he looked at Shi Yan, he smiled. Hao Feng, Xingying, and Ban Yu assumed that Shi Yan was the later generation of De Carlos, as they thought that it was the reason why he wasn't afraid of the 1,000 fantasy sect, Broken Hall, and Heaven River Temple. He wasn't afraid of their punishment. Right when they were chasing their own thoughts, the incipient God Realm expert who had contacted Ling Xiang suddenly said something that made them completely perplexed. The man turned around, his face frightened. Master has ordered us to wait here. He will come with Master Caesar and Master Lorraine. Even the expert himself was shocked. He looked at Shi Yan as if he was something really incredible. Ban Yu, Hao Feng, Xinging, and Wei Yun gawked as they couldn't catch up with the situation. At their positions, Ling Xiang, Caesar, and Lorraine didn't need to welcome Shi Yan, De Carlos' children, or even De Carlos himself. Moreover, the three of them came here together. In this vast sea of stars, who was qualified to make the three of them welcome him personally? The God Clan's chief, the matriarch of Imperial Dark Tribe. Xingying and Wei Yun paled. They were restlessly anxious. Hao Feng's face was sour as he regretted his actions so much. Ouyang Luo Shuang thought she was dreaming. She looked at Shi Yan, her heart beating frantically. She found that she had underestimated Shi Yan and his mysteries. Ban Yu was puzzled. He rubbed his chin, his face strange. He didn't know the reason why, either. He understood that even if Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's president came here, he wouldn't have such a welcoming delegation. While they were still baffled, Ling Xiang, Caesar, and Lorraine came together. Gulian, Xingming, and Lina, the managers with real powers of the 1,000 fantasy sect, Broken Hall, and Heaven River Temple, also accompanied them. Ha ha ha! As soon as Ling Xiang arrived, he laughed cheerily, his voice filled with joy. You do give me face. As soon as you've enthroned, you come to visit my fantasy star. It's our honor. However, before you arrived, you didn't notify us of the exact time. That's why we couldn't arrange earlier to welcome you properly. We feel embarrassed, though. Ling Xiang's team had discussed and decided to give Shi Yan face to eliminate his guard and help them smoothen everything. Thus, they all came to give him a good impression to fulfill what they had discussed. In their eyes, Shi Yan was very young, so if they treated him well and gave him the respect he deserved, they could persuade him. Banyu, Haofeng, Xingyin, Wei Yin, and Ouyang Luoshuang, of course, didn't know Ling Xiang's plan. They didn't know that they came here personally with some other purpose. Thus, all the warriors of the Thousand Fantasy Sect, Broken Hall, and Thousand Fantasy Sect outside the Fantasy Star became dead silent after they heard Ling Xiang's voice. They all gazed at Shi Yan now. They were all dumbfounded. They had a big question in their heads that filled their minds and occupied the room of their other thoughts. Who was this man? Xing Shang was still struggling. It was his limitation. He tried to wiggle and make noise to attract people's attention. Who is this? Caesar frowned, his voice low-pitched. A subordinate of my hall. Why did he offend you, sir? Shi Yan threw a look at Banyu and asked, You explain it to him. Banyu was bewildered. He was still sinking in this big suspicion. As Caesar and Shi Yan were watching him, he bent slightly and narrated the situation. Caesar snorted and glanced at Xingming standing behind him, his eyes so sharp. Xingming lowered his head, sweat beading his forehead. He didn't even dare to retort. Although Caesar had almost ignored the matters of the Broken Hall, Xingming knew how terrifying Caesar was. At the immortal realm and with a cultivation base, it would be a piece of cake if Caesar wanted to kill him. Xingming had depended on Caesar's name to do many things. Well, I don't think our Broken Hall needs your permission to capture 1 or 2 people, sir. If she's your friend, it's our mistake. But I heard from Banyu that you guys, Caesar frowned. He hadn't finished. His face was still stretched. Caesar, the warrior who was obsessed with martial arts, was also famous for his bold and cold characteristics, but now he looked so surprised. Many warriors surrounding were shocked, their faces weird. Because at this moment, Shi Yan suddenly released Xingyin and pulled Ouyang Luoshuang, embracing her perfect body. He then placed a kiss on her succulent lips. His kiss was rude and strong that everyone could see clearly. After that, he didn't care about the anger and embarrassment in Ouyang Luoshuang's eyes. He just nodded to Caesar and said, She's my woman. His voice was tyrannical and overbearing. He had surprised many women around. They looked dizzy and passionate because of him. Xingyin felt her body get very hot. Even Lena and Lorraine were baffled. They blushed, their eyes strange. All right, it's our Broken Hall's mistake. My apologies. I'm sorry for not controlling my subordinates well. I hope they didn't trouble you too much, sir. Caesar was also an overlord of a big force, but he resolutely admitted the mistake. Then he looked at Xingming brutally and snorted. Do you need me to teach you what to do? Chapter 1284. Who is he after all? Chapter 1284. Who is he after all? Answer. No need, sir. Xingming stooped, bending and handing the key of the primordial spirit lock. He clasped his hand and spoke to Shi Yan sincerely. I didn't know that this lady is your woman. Please show mercy. My cousin was wrong this time. We will give you a proper explanation. He looked at Xing Shang, pondered, and then talked, chop off one hand. Xing Shang paled, his mouth twitching. He wanted to cry, but he couldn't. Xingming's eyes were so cold and sinister as he at him. Xing Shang shivered and gritted his teeth. He then took out a sharp knife and chopped off his left arm. The pain from the cut made him crouch. Sir, is it okay now? Xingming looked at Shi Yan. All of them looked at Shi Yan. Banyu, Haofeng, and Xingyin discolored. Seeing Xing Shang cut his arm, they felt like it was a sharp saber cutting their bodies. They could even feel the pain, and their minds were so tense. Hold on. I need to make it clear. Sure, Yan didn't change his visage, as if he didn't mind that Xing Shang chopped off his arm. He received the key and used the method Banyu had told him to unlock the primordial spirit lock. The primordial spirit lock had a notch, which was the keyhole. Shi Yan inserted the key and sent a beam of his god power. After a cracking sound, the primordial spirit lock was unchained and the wisp of soul confined inside the chain returned into Ouyang Luoshuang's head as an invisible snake, merging with her host soul. After she was unchained, the first thing Ouyang Luoshuang did was throw Shi Yan a resentful glare. Then, she still stood by him, her face friendly to him. She knew that it was Shi Yan's words that said that she was his woman who had returned her freedom to her and cut off Xingshang's one arm. If she wanted to maintain her freedom one more time, she had to continue playing her role. Thus, she could only stick to Shi Yan. Her exquisite face became shy, although she was cursing Shi Yan under her breath. He had seized the chance to bully her, but she could only go with his flow. "Little Shuang, what do you think?" Shi Yan said gently. After Shi Yan said that, he could feel Ouyang Luoshuang's body that was sticking to his side stiffen. Shi Yan sneered inwardly, but his face was still serious and his voice was tender. "Little Shuang, if it's not enough, it's okay to cut his other arm." He threw a glance to Xingshang. Xingshang felt a chill run down his spine. Even his veins were shivering. Ouyang Luoshuang looked at Xingshang, then Xingming, her eyes cold. She talked indifferently. "You don't need to be bothered with that. I can move now, but I can't contact my teacher. He will take revenge for me." Shi Yan was bewildered. Caesar's team was also baffled. Then they laughed casually as if they didn't mind Ouyang Luoshuang's words much. "Sir, please go to the Fantasy Star." Ling Xiang smiled and nodded to the incipient God Realm expert who had reported to him on the event as he thought they were done here. "Hao Feng isn't suitable to the Fantasy Butterfly Troop's captain. You go and talk to his seniors." The other nodded and regarded him respectfully. From a distance, Hao Feng's face turned ash-brown. Now he had only reluctant despair in his eyes. He knew what Ling Xiang had said was similar to a death sentence to him. He could never rise again in the Thousand Fantasy sect. He looked at Shi Yan leaving, his heart filled with regret and bitter thoughts. He knew that he could never take revenge against Shi Yan. This guy was a character that their sect master had to come and welcome personally. Hao Feng and his family could only stand with their heads lowered. If they dared to protest, they were going to be erased from the Thousand Fantasy sect. He could only swallow this bitter fruit and forget this event. Different from Hao Feng, Xingying's eyes were bright as she was so obsessed with Shi Yan. Her lusty desire churned in her heart. In her eyes, Shi Yan was cold and haughty, which was the traits of the most perfect man in this world. If she could have one night with this sort of man, even if she had to die, it would be worth it. She had put Hao Feng, the one who had one hot night with her, out of her mind already. She didn't even look at Hao Feng in his distress. She didn't give him a word to console him. She directly walked away and swung her hips from side to side. She walked to Xingming, her father, without giving the other a glance. To her, Hao Feng was now just someone in the past. "I know from Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's president that you would come here. That's why Caesar and Lorraine are here to wait for you. I'm so sorry you have to experience some little trouble." Along the way, Ling Xiang smiled, deliberately led ahead, giving his apology to Shi Yan. Caesar, Lorraine, and Lena moved by him. This group of people crossed the white light ring outside the Fantasy Star and landed directly on the Fantasy Star's land. Xingming, Gulian, and Ban Yu stayed behind. They didn't follow them. "Ban Yu, you guys have a rough trip this time. Stay and rest on our Fantasy Star. I will send someone to receive the materials on the ships. You guys come here with us." Gulian invited Tsunami Chamber of Commerce's staff after she had received Ling Xiang's secret signal. As Ban Yu was so curious about Shi Yan's identity, Gulian's invitation suited him well. He agreed immediately. "Oh, then I have to bother you. The items you ordered are on the ships. Just like many previous times, please check and receive them." "Ban. Okay, I'll handle it." Gulian smiled, taking Ban Yu and some high realm warriors of Chamber of Commerce to follow Ling Xiang, Shi Yan, and Ouyang Luo Shuang to the Fantasy Star. Hao Feng kept his head low and said nothing. He rode the fantasy butterfly and left his shadow lonely. Xing Ying didn't notice him leaving. She pretended to know nothing and said to Xing Shang, "Uncle, don't blame my father. It's the Hall Master's order. We couldn't do anything. You should rest well. After this thing is settled, I'm sure I can heal your limb. You've been troubled this time. I will remember this. I won't mistreat you." Xing Ming hadn't left yet to comfort Xing Shang. He used the sincere words to ensure he would recover Xing Shang's cut limb to prevent the man from keeping a grudge against him. Xing Ming didn't have power as intimidating as Caesar's. He knew himself well. He understood that if he wanted to keep his position in the Broken Hall, he had to have strong subordinates. To achieve what he had today was all because of his excellent interpersonal skills. "I just want to know who he is." Xing Shang's wound had stopped bleeding. He quivered, his face pale. Hearing him, Xing Ying, Wei Yun, and the other Broken Hall's warriors gathered their spirits and looked at Xing Ming curiously. It was the biggest doubt in their hearts. Who was Shi Yan, after all? He's the new master of the bloodthirsty force. He got the Genesis fruit. If nothing unexpected happens, he will become the real overlord of this cosmos in the next 10,000 years. Xing Ming sighed and then comforted Xing Shang. "It's our bad luck this time, but it's good that he doesn't care about it anymore. You'll be all right, right? Because he just enthroned, our master will give him face. It's because if he can survive and inherit the power of that man, he will influence people in a short time." Xing Ying, Xing Shang, and Wei Yun were frightened, their faces pale. "No wonder," Xing Shang sounded sad. Bloodthirsty force was the force that used to be stronger than the God Clan. Their brutal name was heard in every corner of the world. After 10,000 years since Shi Yan got the Genesis fruit, the rumor that the bloodthirsty force was about to rise again had spread out in this entire universe. All the forces in the vast sea of stars had thought that only the bloodthirsty force could stand shoulder by shoulder with the God Clan. They were going to replace the God Clan and become the main characters of the cosmos in the coming 10,000 years. They had never thought that they would be in bad luck after they had provoked the future overlord of the universe. Xing Shang and Wei Yin could only accept their misfortune. Xing Ying had starlight sparkle in her eyes. Sure, Yan was very attractive to her, and now, because of his echelon and position, he was even hotter to her. She had to grab every chance she had to get this man. She must have him at any cost. She had made up her mind. Dash. Outside the fantasy zone. It was a chaotic, broken space with 6 massive meteorites that created strange energy fields like 6 rivers congregated. A beautiful star nucleus, like the moonlight, zoomed over from a far distance, falling toward the 6 meteorites. A lazy-looking man was sitting on that nucleus and drinking fragrant wine and sparkling fruits. He slowly landed. This man had narrow, phoenix eyes, and the contours on his face were so tender and soft, like feminine characteristics. His makings were like supple water, which was really strange. The man wore a loose robe that could be found anywhere. However, his sleeves were really wide, as if he kept the endless supernatural power in there. The moon nucleus he was riding was the essence of the bright moon from a lunar star he had recently refined. It was the tool he had prepared for his student to cultivate. This area was the place he and his student had agreed to meet up. After he had landed, the lazy looking on his face disappeared. The holy light shot out from his eyes and illuminated the place. It then projected the situation that had happened here. Slowly, his face became sinister. He snorted. "Those people from the Broken Hall dared to force my student. They should know how high this sky is." Then he touched the moon nucleus. Billions of moonlight beams shot out like silver needles that were extremely sharp. Puff! Puff! In just a blink of an eye, the 6 meteorites exploded. Their fragments bombarded the fantasy zone massively. They created a fierce tornado twirling around the fantasy zone. Many warriors who of the 1,000 fantasy sect operating around the fantasy zone were in danger. The man's flame of rage had troubled them a lot. Many ethereal god realm experts were killed violently. The tornado was created inside the fantasy zone. It attacked around and then headed to the fantasy star. Eventually, the white light rings protecting the fantasy star had stopped them. And that man was riding the moon nucleus, maliciously charged around violently. He had killed a lot of fantasy animals in his way. As easily as if he was breaking dry trees, he stormed straight to the host star of the 1,000 fantasy sect. In the Blood Sea Forbidden Land, a flow of Ming Hao's souls stormed into Frederick's palace on the Corpse Chi Island. Frederick and Xian, who were discussing important matters. Seeing Ming Hao's soul coming, they didn't look happy. Ming Hao's floating soul moved around and said sternly, "Something has changed. I received the news that Carefree has arrived at the Fantasy Star." Listening to him, Xian, he and Frederick discolored. They jolted up from their seats. Xian, he and Frederick knew the name Carefree well. Knowing that he was on the Fantasy Star, they changed their countenances and immediately began to prepare their arrangement. Chapter 1285, An Ambiguous Relationship. Chapter 1285, An Ambiguous Relationship, _ The islet in the middle of the lake on the Fantasy Star. Ling Xiang brought Shi Yan to the islet while smiling. "I've been staying here and cultivating ascetically for years. I've sent my love to the beauty of nature. I've almost forgotten the truth of power." Caesar, Lorraine, and Lena paid attention to see how Shi Yan would reply. In this vast universe, the deep meanings of power Upanishads appear everywhere. If you want it very much, you can see it. A stupid person can't locate a gold mine even if he's sitting on it. Shi Yan stood in between the bamboo pavilions. While taking a deep breath, his face was strange. This place is the soul of the Fantasy Star, the most marvelous place of the planet. It's really incredible. Where is it incredible? Ling Xiang tried to test him. Everywhere. Shi Yan looked around. The mountains, the bamboo pavilions, the fish and shrimps over there. I can't tell if they are real or not. Ling Xiang, Caesar, and Lorraine exchanged looks. They nodded discreetly. This place was the soul of the Fantasy Star. It was also the reason why the Fantasy Star had the word fantasy in its name. Even the strange conditions that had created the fantasy zone was related to this place. The beautiful and natural scenery here was real, but it could change at any moment. It was so inexplicable. The mountains, rivers, and spirit animals in this area should be the things from your incipient extent. Their existences depend on your thoughts. At the same time, this place has layers of spaces. They aren't your incipient extent, but they cross your incipient extent, and your incipient extent is just a layer of space among those spaces. Right? Sure, Yan was shaken all of a sudden. He turned to ask Ling Xiang, his face amazed. Hearing him, Ling Xiang's team was very surprised. Shi Yan could recognize that this place was the soul of the planet and the scenery here wasn't real. Coming to this conclusion was extraordinary. They didn't think that he could even tell that the surroundings were unreal and from Ling Xiang's incipient extent. Closing his eyes to sense for a while, he told them that Ling Xiang's incipient extent was one layer of the layers of space here. It wasn't something that other experts could discover. When Lena and Xingming came here, they could only figure out the first thing. They weren't able to find the second discovery that Shi Yan had just done. You didn't fail your new position as the master. With only the incipient god realm, you can see a lot of things. Caesar nodded and sincerely complimented him. Your eyes are keen indeed. It seems like the God Clan will receive a lot of trouble this time. Lorraine smiled naturally. Ouyang Luo Shuang stood by Shi Yan. She just walked close to him and said nothing. At this moment, moonlight gushed out of her bright eyes and fell to her feet. A magical transformation appeared. The moonlight from her eyes was like a strong acid that began to erode the tranquil mountains and lakes, changing this world rapidly. The world that was created with layers of illusions was washed under the moonlight from her eyes. Shortly after, the real world appeared in their sights. Now, they were standing in the middle of many mountain ranges and massive ancient trees in front of grand palaces. Those palaces were built out of large rocks. They looked thick, heavy, and simple, even though they gave people a majestic impression, making them respectful and subdued. This was the real scene. The moonlight in her eyes had torn the illusions and revealed the reality. Ling Xiang, Caesar, and Lorraine wore odd faces and studied Ouyang Luo Shuang as if they had found something really marvelous. "Little girl, who is your teacher?" Lorraine suddenly remembered what Ouyang Luo Shuang had said. Her teacher would come to take revenge for her. At that time, Lorraine didn't mind it, but now she had a vague, insecure feeling. The magical moonlight Ouyang Luo Shuang had released gave her a familiar feeling. She thought she had seen it before, but the memory of the one who had shown this ability was a long time ago, so it had faded. If she wasn't wrong, Ouyang Luo Shuang's teacher was a domineering and intimidating expert. He could be from the same generation as Lorraine's teacher. Ling Xiang and Caesar were bewildered. They looked contemplating as they gazed at Ouyang Luo Shuang. They could sense a magical and holy aura from Ouyang Luo Shuang and her power. They also felt familiar with that aura. However, for the time being, they couldn't remember. You two had encountered many unpleasant events along the way. Please rest today. We will discuss important matters tomorrow. Ling Xiang hadn't confirmed Ouyang Luo Shuang's identity, so he had to make more time to discuss it with Caesar and Lorraine. He needed to have the right attitude on this matter. Shi Yan thought that it wasn't a big deal, so he said, "It's good then. Little Ling, you should come and arrange the accommodations for our distinguished guests." Ling Xiang smiled and made his voices pitch higher intentionally. Guling flew out from the thick forest behind them. Her eyes were bright and lively. She didn't look happy, though. "You guys follow me. Little Ling is my adopted daughter. Her father was my sworn brother. Unfortunately, he had passed away when he was still young," Ling Xiang explained, his eyes having a sad gleam. Shi Yan gave a slight nod. Guling wore a cold face, snorted, and led the way. She walked directly to a spacious palace. Shi Yan threw a glance at Ouyang Luo Shuang. Looked calm and relaxed. She came near him and walked with him behind Guling. "What do you think about him?" Ling Xiang turned around and asked when he saw Shi Yan and Ouyang Luo Shuang leaving, his eyes absent-minded. "Extraordinary and keen eyes. Although his realm is still low right now, he will thrive quickly with the supernatural power of Bloodthirsty," answered Lorraine. "Not that simple. With Bloodthirsty's terrifying power Upanishad, he doesn't need to worry about collecting power. However, he still needs to take steps to understand his realm." Lena shook her head. "I'm at peak of incipient God realm, just a step away from the immortal realm. However, this step has troubled me for 2,000 years. Lacking the realm's understanding will hold back the realm, even if I have enough pure power to break through." "Caesar, what do you think?" asked Ling Xiang. "He defeated Harson and Haig. That proves his innate talents. He is stronger than the other two. In addition to Bloodthirsty's special power Upanishads, I think they make his future extraordinarily bright," said Caesar. "I agree with Caesar. If this kid can survive, he will be an intimidating character." Ling Xiang nodded. "Did you feel a familiar aura from that lady?" Lorraine suddenly asked. "It's also my concern," said Ling Xiang, his face stern. "I know I used to feel it from someone, but I can't tell who it is now. Thus, I let them rest first. You guys should pay attention." Yeah, I also felt familiar. It seems like someone had told me before, said Caesar. They were suspicious, frowning, and thinking. On the other side, Guling with her ugly facial expression guided Shiryen and Ouyang Luoshuang to a palace. Her small face was so cold when she said, "This place is where our distinguished guests are treated. Please come in. If you need something, you can call the servants." Then, Guling wore a hateful face and cursed men under her breath. She left with a snort. She and Cecilia had a good friendship. Because of Shiryen, Lena had confined Cecilia, and now Shiryen came from the fantasy zone with a strange lady and had even stated that she was his woman. Guling thought it was so unfair to Cecilia, so she didn't give him her good face. "Wait a minute, I saw you with Cecilia last time. She didn't come here with her teacher Lena?" Shiryen called her and asked, "Why did you ask about Cecilia? You found happiness again. Why do you need to concern yourself, your old one? Men are so unfaithful." Guling's eyes shifted between Ouyang Luoshuang and Shiryen, mocking. "Is Cecilia here or not?" Shiryen frowned. "I don't know." Guling snorted and turned away immediately, her face cold. "It has been so many years, and you're still loose. No matter where you are, you never lack beauties to accompany you. You can't change your stripes, even if someone beats you to death." Ouyang Luoshuang's cold and clear voice arose after Guling had left. Her soul consciousness checked around and found no one near them. Thus, she didn't want to stay near Shiryen anymore. She proactively distanced herself from him, her face cold but bright. Shiryen was standing by the door and looking at the ancient architecture of the palace. Hearing her voice, he turned around, his eyes scanning her body as he said, "So, are you one of the women on my side?" Well, we hugged and kissed. "You're one of them, anyway, eh?" He snapped back because of Ouyang Luoshuang's mocking attitude. Ouyang Luoshuang's jade-like face blushed as she gritted her teeth. "Bastard. No matter what you say, some things can't be changed. Moreover, in this fantasy star, you have to admit that you're my woman," said Shiryen with a shrug. "Wait until my teacher comes. We will make it clear. That little girl won't hate you anymore." Ouyang Luoshuang took a deep breath and then resumed her normal countenance. She had trained her disposition better than anyone else. "I'm very curious. Who's your teacher?" Shiryen squinted. The aura on Ouyang Luoshuang's body was similar to the God Clan's expert's aura that he knew. He had been skeptical about this, but he didn't have any evidence. He was curious when Ouyang Luoshuang mentioned her teacher, and now she did it again, so Shiryen took the chance to ask her, "Who is he?" Ouyang Luoshuang looked bewildered. She hesitated for a while and then said, "I don't know his profile, but his realm and cultivation base are profound. He got something to do on the fantasy star, so he asked me to wait outside. While waiting for him, I was found and captured." Pausing for a while, Ouyang Luoshuang's bright eyes became tender as he muttered, "Still, I need to thank you. I didn't think that a cold person like you would rescue me." Shiryen rubbed his nose. I used to not want to save you, but I remembered you that year, and I thought that if a guy like Xingming harassed you, even God wouldn't be able to stand it. Me that year." Ouyang Luoshuang sounded surprised. Shiryen nodded, his eyes strange when he recalled his memory. "That year my realm was so low. When you broke the meteorite in Sky Meteor City and got out, you were like the mood god who came to this world. You were so pure and beautiful. At that time, I thought that a woman like you should appear only in men's dreams. You shouldn't be real." That year, Shiryen was like a small ant, while Ouyang Luoshuang was like the moon goddess of the sky realm. There was a deep abyss between them that he could never cross. Chapter 1286. Profound Comprehension. Chapter 1286. Profound Comprehension. underscore. The palace that Thousand Fantasy Sect had lodged them was spacious and luxurious, with special cultivating chambers and training yards. This palace had 7 floors with 100 rooms. Each floor was around 100 meters high. This palace was large enough to keep several hundred people. Currently, only Shi Yan and Ouyang Luo Shuang stayed here and occupied many balconies and windows. At night, the sky above this planet had 3 dreamy moons that formed a shape. Those moons were reflections of the 3 moons that were very far from them. They weren't the real moons here, but they could still illuminate the fantasy star. The night fell. Shi Yan and Ouyang Luo Shuang were standing on a stone platform and watching the beautiful sea of stars out there. They thought the scenery was so marvelous that nothing could compare to it. They were the warriors from Grace, mainland. After many years and billions of miles away, they met up on this planet. And now they were beholding the beauty of the sky and recalling memories in the past. That year, after I got out of the meteorite, I could vaguely feel your aura. However, because of the 3 god sex matter, I had never tried to investigate. Ouyang Luo Shuang's eyes were clear, and she was speaking naturally. I couldn't believe that the weak warrior of that year could have today's attainment. It seems like we can't predict anything. Sure, Yen sounded frank and elegant. I couldn't believe it. You, the goddess of that year, are standing with me to recall our memory. I could never believe that I can be close to you too. Can you not mention this? Ouyang Luo Shuang wore a cold face. Shi Yan laughed evilly. Are you the new master of the bloodthirsty force? Asked Ouyang Luo Shuang all of a sudden. Oh, you also know the bloodthirsty force? Shi Yan was surprised. Of course, I've heard about it. I've been wandering around the universe for many years. I've experienced many things, and of course, I know many secrets, Ouyang Luo Shuang said calmly. Then she asked curiously, I heard that 10,000 years ago, the bloodthirsty force was the malignant tumor of the cosmos. Everyone hated it. The 8 chiefs were so brutal and bloodthirsty indeed. They had broken the sea of stars. People wanted to destroy that force. They said that it was the source of evil. When she talked about the bloodthirsty force, she didn't have any nice words. There were only negative and malicious ones. Shi Yan smiled and said, Who told you these things? Everyone said like that, she answered casually. I don't know how it was before, but later I will change it. Shi Yan pondered, and then said, The God clan has claimed the world, but they couldn't change it positively. They've been even more extreme than the bloodthirsty force. Because of the God clan's rise, many races went extinct. They aren't good, either. Ouyang Luo Shuang nodded. My teacher said the same. What? Shi Yan was bewildered and more skeptical. He told me that the God Lord had a coma because of severe damages. He had authorized the Elder Committee. The Elder Committee then stirred up the miasma in the God clan. They have many problems, she explained. Shi Yan's suspicion became heavier. He frowned and said nothing. His mind flickered when Shi Yan suddenly looked at a direction, squinting and furrowing his brows. Why did she come here? Who? Ouyang Luo Shuang asked. Xingming's daughter. Shi Yan rubbed his chin, his eyes awkward. Ouyang Luo Shuang snorted. While I was still captured, I heard Xingshan and Wei Yin talk about this woman. She has many men. It's true that she has slept with 1,000 men. Shi Yan was surprised. He nodded, I see. That's dirty. Too dirty. I don't want to see her. She stood up. Her slender body flashed, and she disappeared. Shortly after, the mature Xing came from afar, swinging her hips and thrusting her chest. She looked sexy with her cherry blossom countenance. Evidently, she wore her best makeup. She giggled, light rippling through her eyes. I represent the broken hull, and I would like to apologize. My father and I feel very sorry for what my uncle had done. I'm bringing some goods here to compensate. I don't need her stuff, Ouyang Luo Shuang's voice whispered in Shi Yan's ears. I don't want to see this woman, either. Shi Yan chuckled. Standing on the high tower, he observed Xinging down there and said, Even if you guys want to apologize, it's not you who should come here. Xingming isn't qualified, let alone you, girl. His eyes became focused. Shortly after, countless starlight dots turned into brilliant dragons coming out of nowhere. They grabbed Xingying's voluptuous body and directly hauled her away. A moonlight beam emerged. Ouyang Luo Shuang reappeared. She looked at the direction Xingying had been thrown away. Her bold brows twitched. She came for you. This woman was arousing. She came to jump onto your lap. Shi Yan just smiled. I thought you would be happy to welcome her. Although she's dirty, her figure is outstanding. A man like you. Well, why did you stop her by the door? Ouyang Luo Shuang's eyes were sparkling. I got you here. No one else is more beautiful. You said that she's dirty. I always keep myself clean and pure, Shi Yan said deliberately. Keep yourself clean and pure? Ouyang Luo Shuang's curved her lips as if she was trying to keep herself from mocking him. Please don't humiliate yourself with such words. Shi Yan darkened his face. Huh. Ouyang Luo Shuang couldn't help but chuckle. She looked like a beautiful frost flower that was so mesmerizing. Shi Yan was lost in that smile. You look really beautiful when you smile, he sincerely complimented. You should smile more. It will make you friendlier. I like when you smile. Ouyang Luo Shuang stopped smiling. She snorted and then said, You're not my man. As far as I know, you were sealed in the meteorite for 1,000 years. I guess you haven't experienced love, right? When I kissed you, you were so frightened. Haha, is it the first time a man touched you? Shi Yan grinned contentedly. Ouyang Luo Shuang's face became cold. Just consider it payment for rescuing you. Shi Yan shrugged. He contemplated for a while and then said, Can you show me your incipient extent? I always feel familiar to the power you've cultivated. Why do I have to show you? Ouyang Luo Shuang snorted, but she still released her incipient extent. Her incipient extent was strange. It had bright, round moons held high in the sky above the shoreless cold lake. This lake was crystal clear and deep, and it reflected the moonlight. Her incipient extent was so cold as if it was affected by the cold lake. She had fused with the essence of the moon and the cold power. That's why she got this strange, incipient extent. As soon as the incipient extent appeared, Shi Yan felt so cold that it was as if he was covered in a world of snow and ice. Indeed, it feels so familiar. Shi Yan observed her incipient extent. His mind flickered, and his incipient extent also appeared. The sky was now covered by a beautiful picture. The suns, moons, and stars arose. Life stars slowly spun. The space of this universe was so vast. His incipient extent seemed to cover the entire sea of stars. The lunar stars he had got from the God clan's precursor had holy, flawless auras that were pretty similar to the moonlight inside Ouyang Luo Shuang's incipient extent. It was even more mysterious. Your incipient extent looks like the vast sea of stars. I have never seen any marvelous incipient extent like this. Ouyang Luo Shuang was astounded. She pulled herself together to observe. She looked shaken. That moon makes me feel so close. You. Retrieve your incipient extent. You can go there to sense the lunar star in my incipient extent. Shi Yan enticed her. Ouyang Luo Shuang was bewildered and her eyes were hesitant. Entering his incipient extent meant handing her life into his hands. Normally, warriors at the same or similar realms would never do that. Unless they were close to each other, they could take risks once to experience. In each warrior's incipient extent, he or she was the only god. The warrior could create miracles or supernatural abilities. Staying in the other's incipient extent was the most passive moment of one's life that was similar to giving his life to the other. Don't linger. If I want to harm you, you think you can be that free? To you, my incipient extent is a good encounter. It's you who can take the chance to learn or not, Shi frowned. Ouyang Luo Shuang gritted her teeth. Pondering for a while, she retrieved her incipient extent and flew up to his incipient extent. Both Ouyang Luo Shuang and Shi Yan had the same wonderful feeling. She felt like she had entered a whole new world while wandering in the vast sea of stars. In this place, Shi Yan's aura was everywhere. She felt like she had entered a deep place of Shi Yan's soul and mind. As soon as Ouyang Luo Shuang entered his incipient extent, his soul shrugged as he felt that he could understand every secret in Ouyang Luo Shuang's mind. He used to experience the same thing. His co-soul could recognize the moods of the creatures on Grace mainland. He could enter their dreams and minds easily like a real god. At this moment, he had this feeling. In his incipient extent, he was the god, and Ouyang Luo Shuang was a citizen. He could control her life and death. Concentrating, his soul consciousness dashed from everywhere and entered Ouyang Luo Shuang's sea of consciousness, soul altar, and even her incipient extent. Ouyang Luo Shuang's incipient extent became a small space inside his incipient extent. He could use his mind to feel it, and he could decode the mysteries of her incipient extent through his own incipient extent. It was a marvelous feeling that he couldn't describe. He suddenly had an idea that if he used his devouring power Upanishad now, he could swallow Ouyang Luo Shuang's incipient extent and turn her incipient extent into a part of his incipient extent. Unconsciously, he closed his eyes and tried to comprehend this terrific feeling when someone had entered his incipient extent. In the same manner, Ouyang Luo Shuang had stepped on the moon inside his incipient extent. Now, she knew that this moon was the utmost of the power Upanishad she cultivated. The moonlight here carried the ultimate truth and essence of the power she had been pursuing. Her soul shivered. She was so thrilled as she pulled herself together and sensed the marvel of the moon. Actually, the moons in this incipient extent was the God clan's precursor's incipient extent that had the essence of the light power Upanishad. To her, a warrior cultivating the moonlight power, it was a priceless treasure. The two then remained in this peculiar condition to find and learn useful abilities and comprehend their powers. Their souls slowly sublimated during this process. Their understanding of power and realm gradually increased. They had temporarily forgotten the time to immerse themselves into this endless marvel. Their souls were trying to comprehend the deep meanings of their powers. They were pursuing a profound comprehension of their power Upanishads. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.